Howdy, 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 howdy. Howdy, howdy. What's up? You might notice a slight change in the camera angle. It's because I implemented a slight change in the camera angle. How y'all doing? Just a little bit, yeah. I might, I might still make some changes to it. I need to fiddle. But, yeah. We'll see. It looks exactly the same to me. Well, it's not that far off. The most important thing is... Huh? What's happening right now? Can you see? No, you can't. I'm bouncing my leg. It no longer shakes the camera. Well, tiny shake, but very minimal. So it will no longer do the big bounce. How? I got a stronger C-clamp to attach it to the same monitor mount that I use. So now it's attached to the monitor mount, not the monitor itself. I can jiggle the monitor without much issue. Yeah, very nice. Very, very, very sturdy. Yeah, so that's good. Can you still bounce this every once in a while? I don't think I can. It's, the little ball joints on the mount that I got are, they feel like they're almost immobile. I actually couldn't move one of them. As far as I can tell, one of the ball joints there is going to require some kind of, like, additional, like, leverage to move in its socket. That is the sturdiest earthquake-proof. That's not earthquake-proof, that's meteor-proof. I have no idea why. It's like a manufacturing defect. But, I mean, whatever, if I can get the camera pointed the right way, you know? I got a match on Bumble waiting for her to start the combo. Proud of you, Logical Pretzels. Thanks to Tier 1 sublist squared. Vermin Hands, yes, these are the people that blocked me. But yeah, we'll go over it. It's very funny. Yeah, so often I'll just be looking at trending political topics, and the people who are writing threads about it have blocked me. All of these Twitter busybodies. I saw King Jar Jerk. So how are you all doing? I'm always impressed. You know, more people have been showing up lately than usual. There are 3.3 thousand people here. We're 2 minutes into the stream. It's 6 p.m. And there's not anything exceptionally pointed or noteworthy or newsworthy in the title. I guess you guys just really like me. And I like you too, don't worry. It's a mutual feeling. Have you seen the video of the UPS worker collapsing on someone's porch due to the Arizona heat? No, I have not. Jesus, that's grim. I know about Stray. I cannot play Stray. I will not. I cannot play a game where you play a realistic cat. I'll cry. Ted Cruz wants to overturn gay marriage? Yes, he does. I do have to point out, by the way, there are liberals who are like, look, Republicans going mask off. They want to get rid of gay marriage. Gay marriage was only federally protected 7 years ago, and they have never stopped indicating that they want to keep it illegal. That's always been... They never changed on that, like, at all. Like, all of the Republican politicians and their state parties and all that, like, they've all been very clear on this. Like, they do not want gay marriage to be legal, you know? It's not like a thing they've been quiet about, you know? Please play Stray. I want to see you cry. If you want to see me cry, then we have to. I have to replay Omori on stream. Okay, that's the closest you're going to get. I'm not playing Stray. Close. Your eyes will be there soon. Dun 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 dun. It's a good game. Oh, God. Can somebody explain this to me? How do you pronounce Farnese and Shirka in your head? Like that. What the fuck is going on here?
Folks, get your video on that. There's just been an incident here.
My goodness, something's just blown up.
Explosion and a fire. We're going to be leaving now, so we don't get trapped in there.
Something has just blown up.
Are they on the dam? If you're on top of a dam and you see an explosion, my immediate reaction would be to sprint as quickly as possible, and towards either end of the dam walkway. Is that a render? No, this is the fucking Hoover Dam, dude. It's Fallout New Vegas in real life. The battle is beginning. There are no injuries and the dam's operational. Well, I figured that because if the dam was non-operational, it would be international news. An actual like destruction of the Hoover Dam would be a would be a pretty big deal. It was just a transformer. Okay.
Folks, get your video on that. There's just been an incident here.
My goodness, something's just blown up.
Explosion and a fire. We're going to be leaving now, so we don't get trapped.
The fire went out before the fire department even got there. Well, that makes sense because like dams are built to be literally the most fortified things in the universe. So it would make sense that like a little explosion like that wouldn't translate into a massive, you know, problem. Ideally. Yes, dams are damn tough. It's the hope. Literally just a big concrete building, don't know what could burn. A lot of stuff can go wrong, but, you know. Weird. Well, somebody's gonna get fired over that, that's for sure. Okay. I saw this. Never let it be said that I can't laugh at my allies, alright? Lord knows I'm good at that. Look at this. AOC got escorted away by police, protesting abortion rights, Supreme Court building, blah blah. But, shut up. A cop is moving her away, but she has her hands behind her like she's been handcuffed, but her hands are free. They're not restrained. The cop might have just asked her to do that. I think they ask you to put your hands behind your back. I don't know if it's necessarily, like, crossing them like that. I don't know. That's what they tell you to do. Yeah, I've seen it at protests. It's just, I don't know. It seems like she's doing it to, like, physically emulate. It's like, how else do you do it? I mean, you don't cross them, I guess. What if her hands are wired? Her hands aren't wired. I think, I think it's more of a, like, awkward. Oh, there we go. Yeah, hand up. More of an awkward thing. I don't know. She literally raised her hands in a second. Yeah. It just looks really dorky. She's getting, like, massively roasted for it. Like, conservatives are pretending that, like, her having her hands crossed like that is a component of some kind of, like, performative liberal activism. Like, she's trying to fake having handcuffs on or something. It just comes across looking, like, really fucking dorky, you know, but, yeah. I really hope she runs for president. Well, she's gonna do, you know, better option than a lot of other, I don't know, I just don't find it too weird. It's not that it's, I'm sorry, I should clarify. It's not that it's weird. It's just the from the way it looks, it does look very like Viva la Revolution, you know? As like mall cops are asking you to not steal lipstick from the Hot Topic. It does it like just purely from an optical like just you know what I mean? That's it. Like it's not that is the extent of my opinion on this. This level of scrutiny is pointless and stupid. Okay, fine, sure. Then go go live a long life. No, just shut up, okay? Yeah, it's obviously a nothing. Y'all are so joyless. Well, this is what I mean about being able to laugh. Like, if it was a conservative doing something that looks awkward, like everyone here can laugh, but like with AOC, it's like you can't do anything that looks like it might align with criticism against her. She's your ally, you know, which makes you look really self-important and kind of like you can't take a joke. Why do I feel like my skin is so blue in the cam today? I think I might have fucking fucked with some settings. I look so blue. It doesn't look blue. I look blue, like my skin looks blue. I'll fiddle with it. Blue lights in the background? No, it's not. It's not blue lights in the background. It's that the literal camera setting. Whatever. Yeah, I'm a member of the ham sandwich race. Okay. You look pink, but okay. Yeah, but I normally look more pink than I do. Okay, whatever. You've looked that way for 3 streams? Okay. Unlike you dipshits who are watching me right now through a fucking Game Boy Color screen, I have a expensive monitor to my right, and I'm looking directly at it, and I guarantee you, with absolute certainty, okay, that there is more of a blue tone shift in my stream than there was in previous streams. You can't argue with me. I'm not wrong on this. I'm completely objectively right, okay? Go bring your Game Boy Color screens to the darkest room in the house so you can appreciate the color range. The back of your head is literally purple? Okay. What would be the slurs for the ham sandwich race? Can't you think of like 1,000 right off the bat? Whatever. It's not the camera, you just turned more blue. Yeah, true. The blue looks nice, shut up. I didn't even say it looks bad. Alright. Gonna be one of these kinds of streams, huh? Yeah, alright, I see it, I see it. All antagonism from here on. That's, okay, alright, okay. Alright. Oh wait, do we have a debate lined up today? We're trying to bring it back, okay? This guy's in Australia, though. I don't know if the time zone shit overlaps. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, how about right now? There we go. What topic? I don't even know. I forget. Say mate? No, mate means friend to their savage people. I don't want to poison the well with friendship. I haven't seen it yet, Shiloh. It's in my to look at pile, which I separate stuff. It's hundreds and hundreds of things I got to get to. Did Black Hammer commit fresh cringe? Just a little Waco trolling. No big deal. Yeah. We'll give it a look. Don't worry. I got to see if this person responds though. Well, we're waiting for an email back from the Outback. Is Arcane your watch list too? I will never watch Arcane. I refuse to watch Arcane, specifically because people in chat were annoying about it. It could be the best show in the world, and I'll never know. Huh? Oh, I'll get to that in a second. Check out Arcane, it's legit awesome. I'll consider it. Got a lot of stuff I'm trying to watch right now. What if I tell you Hot Muscular Girl? I know Vi is in it. I played League of Legends, like 7, 8 years ago. I know about the characters. I'm sorry for your loss. Well, no, I played League of Legends just fine because, like, I only enjoyed it when I was playing with friends, and then all my friend groups disappeared because life happened. So I was saved, you know? Like, the vehicle, the vessel through which I participated in that fell apart from under me. But the sickness never carried over to me. I never had an urge to play that game on my own. So I was able to, you know, survive following that. It didn't pass on through me. What lane and champions you play? Always top lane, if I could get away with it. Post rework, Scion, Ilaoi, Poppy. Tanky bruisers. So you were bad? Nah, I frequently carried. But like I said, I'm always top. Every fight with me has to last a minimum of 3 minutes. Listen, the thing that fucks those games up are quick kills. Nothing is more satisfying than beginning a fight with someone else. 30 seconds in, it becomes clear that you're doing better than them, and they can't do anything. They spend the next 2 hours trying to run back to the nearest tower while you employ the 78 stun, slow, and displacement abilities that you have while draining their health. That's the real fun of the game. It's not about killing, okay? It's about torture. That's the fun of those games. Those games are torture, and you have to commit to the theme. Honestly, true. No, unironically, whoever had fun in mid lane? Like, oh, cool, Zed deleted me. Oh, great, what a phenomenal... Now we get to spend 40 seconds waiting. Great, because he hit the buttons. It's cool. Would you be brutal if made dictator? You know what? Sure, why not? Yeah. Just to like live in the theme, right?
Up yours, woke moralists.
You know? Otherwise, it would feel inauthentic. It's because I'm a Marxist and I respect material reality and material conditions. And the material conditions of dictatorship are brutality. Pigeon! She's a loaf right over there. You can't see her. She's sitting on her little front paws. What are you doing? Keeping them warm? What's up? Nah, I'll eat it after. Thank you. We got an affirmative from the person in Australia, so I'll give them my Discord name. Tenko, in a bit. We have to talk to somebody. What happened with Keffelsvosh? She gonna get unbanned? I don't know. I'm not part of Twitch staff. It's Twitch. Is AOC trustworthy? Politicians are never trustworthy. Don't think about like whether or not they're trustworthy. Just think about like what the outcomes would be of their participation in power versus other people's. It's not even about like politicians as people. It's about the processes surrounding being a politician. Makes it really, really, really difficult to like commit to anything and fulfill on it.
Up yours, woke moralists.
So I've heard, Kakao.
We'll see who cancels who.
Can you be a socialist and like traveling around the world? Yeah, of course. Why not? Yo, I just got here. Have I missed any segments or has V just been rambling? It has been 17 minutes. Hot take, the crash in Breaking Bad was kind of dumb. I think so, yeah. It's probably the low point of the show, in my opinion. Workout stream win? Absolutely never. Fix your camera, you're going in and out of focus. Really? Am I going in and out of focus?
We'll see who cancels who.
I did switch the autofocus mode.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Well, what's in focus right now? If not me.
Who.
It's my mic? I can fiddle. Question, I want to be a doctor and open a private practice. Does that make me a bad socialist? No. Owning a business does not make you a bad socialist. Would you want to become a military dictator? Why are you asking me? Oh, I see. It's Wolfman. I see. We need a special tag for you people. If I get more than 87 stupid questions from the same username over the course of one stream, I feel like I should be able to... What icon would be associated with that? Maybe like the seagull from Finding Nemo. I don't know. All right, we got him. Will it be interesting? Will it not be? I don't know. That's the magic of debates. I feel like you guys have hardcore rose-tinted goggles when it comes to the experience of pulling people on from emails to disagree with them. But I don't know. Maybe I just maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I have poop-tinted goggles. He's not a trans debate. No, I think this person's a lefty. Guess we could debate on, like, how cool trans people are. Which I'll say that they're not, of course. Because they're not. They're so embarrassing on Twitter. That's where 99% of them seem to be. It's super embarrassing, like, all the time. The real challenge of being trans, and by far the greatest institutional difficulty to being trans in the modern world today, in America, faced by trans people today for reality, is realizing you're trans, then realizing you're going to be lumped in with Twitter users who are also trans. Absolutely devastating. Your chair is the one in focus right now? What the fuck? That's so gay. Here, wait. I think I can fix it. Why is Twitter so weird? It's Twitter. Wait, just... Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me change the autofocus setting back. I thought it might work a bit better, but evidently not. Just give me a sec. I think you'll see the menu as I open it. Focus mode. Focus assist. No. AF, get it? Like as fuck? Like AAVE? Whoa, dude. This camera is complicated AF. I should learn how to use it, but I never will. No? This it? No, wait. Interface, autofocus. These goddamn... I swear to God it was somewhere here. It was like right here. Why can't I change... I can't change the focus area because Zoom is on? How the fuck does that work? Okay. So do I have to de-zoom?
Up yours,
And then
woke
change it, then
moralists.
change it back?
We'll see who cancels who.
That's dumb. Okay. Focus area. Why? We wide with pride. There was probably an easier way to do that. Okay. Can we work now? Evidently not. I'll keep figuring it out. I'll just have to deal with it for today. So much for being wide with pride. Oh, right. He's been calling us for a while. Oops. Howdy.
I don't know if I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. Yep.
That's crazy. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. So anyway, let's get the formalities out the way. My name's Aiden Jones. My pronouns are he, him, and I am the Christian anarchist that I mentioned.
Yes, I remember. I barely skimmed over your email because I was playing lots of video games yesterday and reading One Piece, and those are very important to me. So you're going to have to reiterate your disagreements with me.
Yeah, fair enough. So the main things I wanted to talk about were mainly Marxism, let me get my email up actually because I think I forgot to. It was Marxism, LGBT issues. I believe it was also abortion philosophy, and if you're brave enough, theology. I guess, even though I'm aware that's not really your wheelhouse or anything, but you know.
I feel like I'm confident enough in any of those subjects. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I reckon we could probably start with Marxism because there's a few things because I would consider myself pretty left leaning. However, there's a few areas of left leaning thought, I guess you could say, that I'm not quite aligned with, and I guess Marxism would be one of them, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So well, first of all, I am even though I am an anarchist and I do believe in a lot of left leaning economic policies, for example, I think that a lot of Marxist principles. Well, again, my Western imperialist education has taught me that Marxism is the poopy head economics philosophy or whatever. But yeah, so I guess we could start there. I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're an anarchist, then you already would have had to have defied a lot of the more hegemonic Western capitalist cultural propaganda, right? I mean, surely if you're an anarchist, you're familiar with most of the retorts people would use to besmirch Marxism.
Oh yeah, 100%. And a lot of those retorts are completely invalid, but some of them aren't quite. I guess to be specific, the main area that that I have an issue with Marxism is historical materialism, for example. So I think that would be a good place to start. Even though I do think historical materialism is it's pretty useful when applied in certain circumstances, I do think it has a lot of limitations, and I think the fact that Marx was such a materialist has really weighed down leftist thought. Anytime anybody has to talk about what communism could look like or what any ideal society could look like, it always has to be framed from the framework of Marxism and what Marx did. So it feels like we're sort of haunted by his ghost, as it were. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
I don't necessarily.
he never really painted. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm not like a proselytizer for orthodox Marxism or anything. And he was a modernist, which I'm not. Dialectical materialism and historical materialism are good sociological frameworks. They're useful in their analysis, but they're not holistic. Nothing can be. I don't disagree with that at all. And I do think that the obsession with historical materialism as a single unifying mode of historical analysis does sometimes cripple leftists, especially when it comes to modern pragmatic issues. I'm not like an orthodox Marxist or anything like that. I would disagree on a great many things with some Marxists.
Oh, well, fair enough then. But you still have described yourself as a materialist, for example, and I guess I'm more in the Hegelian idealist sort of camp. You know, I'm saying these words like I know what they mean, but you'll have to bear with me. But yeah, I mean, naturally I am Christian, so if I'm going to be adopting any philosophy, it's probably going to be idealism, I guess. But
Why?
one of my bigger criticisms of Marx was that he never really. Why am I an idealist?
What's the relationship in your mind between being religious and being an idealist?
Well, to me, spiritual concepts are not really that categorically different from abstract concepts. That ultimately, a spiritual concept is basically a rational concept in the sense that it appeals to something that is immaterial, but it doesn't really exist in the real world, but it does exist in the world of forms, I guess you could say, if that makes sense. For example, you can make a lot of rational, logical proofs for God or whatever, that sort of thing.
People
in the
have
same way
argued
that you can make arguments. Yeah, in the same way that you can make arguments for I guess math existing or something like that. Not to say that the two are comparable in the same way, but they're both in the realm of rationality, I would say.
The distinction between Hegelian idealism and Marxist materialist thought is driven mostly by what you think has the larger impact on historical forces. But I think even if you're religious, which, I mean, of course, many socialists have been historically, you can still believe that material forces are that which have the greater effect on human history and historical development. And my issue, or to put it another way, if you're dealing with spiritual issues, they tend to be metaphysical in nature, and many Christians will readily admit that, God is a kind of watchmaker who set in motion all these forces, principles, and objects, and it is by those mechanisms that we all follow, you know? Like, if you follow the watchmaker interpretation of God's creation, it would sort of necessarily follow that it would be through um, the interactions of these forces materially that would lead to the development of human historical progress. I just don't think there's necessarily like a deterministic relationship between idealism and being religious.
Well, yeah, so there's 2 points there. Well, I guess that's mainly my concern that I like basically the tension is that you either believe like human behavior and ideals is what drives history or material circumstances. And I am on the side of believing that ideals are the stronger force because I am aware that, like, for example, material conditions obviously play a huge part in our behavior and how society develops. But I still think that of the two forces, ideals and behaviors and like that sort of thing are the stronger driving force, mainly because you could say, for example, a lot of our lives and human behavior is determined by like our society, basically, that whether or not you're poor, what area you grow up in, etc., etc. But then we have to ask the question, well, then what determines our society? It's a bit of a chicken and egg sort of thing, where it's like, our environments determines us, but we determine our environment at the same time. And I think that we humans are ultimately the stronger force in that sense, if that makes sense.
It's a broad analytical thing, but of course we also control the material factors. You could argue that the material factors include our interests as a class, and that it's through our interests as a class that we shape ideology. Marx would have argued that modern bourgeois ideology is a product of their intent on keeping class relations favorable to their interests as the bourgeois. But this is a largely non-falsifiable point. It's what mode of analysis you choose to engage with. It's not like there's any hardcore data on like, well, actually, it's the, 5 ideas to every 7 materials is the ratio. So, whatever you prefer to analyze.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I think like one of the limitations of using historical materialism as the main thing is that, well, ironically, well, there's 2 things. Well, first of all, like I said before, Marx didn't really give us a good picture of what an ideal society would look like, other than very vague, broad strokes, nothing too specific. And I think when it comes to like leftist sort of systems that we've come up with that have actually been more specific. For example, I'm a massive fan of anarcho-syndicalism, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm one of the few anarcho-syndicalists. That's why I consider myself an anarchist. But I'm one of the few anarcho-syndicalists that sort of realizes anarcho-syndicalism isn't really communism. But I'm like okay with that, if that makes sense. A lot of anarcho-syndicalists will say, "Oh, no, it's communism," but like that's the thing. I don't really see it as communism, if that makes sense.
It's fine.
Because it still requires a free market sort of thing.
Well, it doesn't. I don't think it requires a free market. It requires it requires like self-interested economic blocks and worker communes. I think I mean, it doesn't really matter to me like the details of a future society. I feel like leftists have wasted a lot of time trying to conceptualize it. If you have to put, you the only direction you can ever go, no matter which direction you're choosing to head in, the only step that you can take when walking up a staircase is the next one. There's no alternative to that. I feel like when you put the destination ahead of the means by which you will journey there, you get like these really weird, abstract, meaningless, hypothetical political obsessions that don't have any relationship to reality or what we can do in reality, which is why leftists in the West are like, killing each other over which particular flavor of communism they want. Meanwhile, like capitalism is more entrenched than it's ever been in all of human history. It's completely meaningless.
Well, see, I'd actually very much disagree there because I think the main reasons that leftists are divided is because of like that we don't have a single unified idea to unite behind. If we could like really lay out a picture of what exactly it is we want and unify behind that, because it's always been
It'll never happen. It's
if,
impossible.
Well, I mean, maybe not so much with leftists, but if you look throughout human history, it has always been like these grand myths. I don't think that communism has to be like a myth or untrue or anything, but myth in the sense that it's a story that brings us together, sort of thing. That very much gets at sort of abstract ideals, like of heroism, of progress, whatever it may be.
I strongly
and
disagree.
I think that
this is your
really?
idealism. What gets these
I guess
big
so.
movements moving is materialism. What led to capitalist like modes of production and flourishing was not the ideological precedent, but rather changes in the modes, means, and consumption of production that allowed for its possibility. Every time this happens, you have this great historical economic shift. You know, you have like the agricultural revolution, and you have empires, and you have colonialism, and you have mercantilism, and all this, what have you. You know, feudalism. It's not developed by people, you know, sitting there and thinking, "Oh, wouldn't this be a great idea on its own?" The advancements of class dynamics and technological progress allow for different types of optimized production and consumption. The only thing that can unify people behind a common socialist ideal is to set the stage for socialism to be the only logical and productive and efficient mode of economic production. Everything has to be set in its place. It has to be the next logical step. You can't leap steps over history. You have to take the next one. You have to go where historical progression follows.
Well, yeah, like I said, I don't disagree that material circumstances have a massive part to play, and I would still employ like historical materialism as a mode of analysis, but like you said, not the only one. But the thing is, right, you mentioned how like everything needs to be set in place, and then people will start to rally behind socialism. Kind of like if we start taking over the government or whatever, however we do it, and we, make social like, basically we start implementing policies that are socialist or whatever, that'll start to get people on board with socialism. But once again, it's the chicken or the egg thing. So how do you get people rallied behind, uh, you know, I guess those sorts of principles,
Well,
like
I don't think
without
you
an
do get
ideal.
people. Principles are irrelevant. It's not like capitalism happened because a bunch of people were ideologically capitalists. Like capitalism didn't happen because millions of members of the peasantry and proletariat like rose up and were like, we now ideologically believe in capitalism. That came afterwards. The ideology was post hoc. It was something that the elites disseminated to legitimize the systems that were put into place. Um, I don't think it has anything to do with changing people's minds. It's about getting a critical mass of people together who believe in some kind of single change, and that change is endemic to or leads to socialism being the only like viable means of production in the future. You know, it's not about getting people ideologically on board with socialism. It's just about like getting people's basic needs aligned with whatever changes would be necessary to fulfill them, and that would have to be socialism.
Right, but okay, so he would be an example, right? In the Catholic Church, which, by the way, I despise. I'm not that kind of Christian, and to be fair, neither are the Catholics Christian. But I don't want to get into that just yet. But the thing is that the Catholic Church basically had a thing against what they would call usury, quote unquote, and basically it meant that like you couldn't charge interest on anyone, and that would have hamstrung capitalism for quite a bit. Like it would be very difficult to start your own businesses based on the policies of the Catholic Church, pretty much. Except to like, I guess if you were like Jewish, you wouldn't have those rules and you would be allowed to, and that's how they would primarily do it. But it was very much limited in its capacity. You couldn't do it as much as you would like to. Now, when the Reformation happened, which was very ideologically charged, I think you would agree. Like the Reformation happened purely like there were no material circumstances definitely helped the Reformation, because he wouldn't, like Martin Luther would never have been able to do what he did without the printing press. However, the ideals that drived all that happening were purely he had a problem with the fact that Catholics were all being hypocrites. And that's basically what started it all. And then after that, you have the Calvinists who were the deterministic ones, who were extremely basically their theology is such that the only way you can prove that you've been saved by God, because they have no way of knowing, is that if you do good works, even though good works aren't supposed to save. It's a whole complicated process, but basically their theology accidentally made them more capitalist, and that's what sort of caused it to flourish perhaps more than what it would have. Now, does that mean that capitalism wouldn't have happened had all this stuff not happened? No, I think it still would have happened. The material conditions, like you said, would have brought it about eventually, but it's like, can it happen earlier than it could have? I think it could have,
But
if the
you're
ideals are behind it.
you're missing the preceding steps. The only reason religious leaders insisted to their flock that it was virtuous to do hard work for those above you was because they lived in theocratic states where the church's interests were aligned with those of the monarchy.
That's where you're wrong. I'm talking about the Calvinists here in particular, who were very much against, well, because all Reformationists were against the Catholic Church, who was the archetype of this, authoritarian theocracy that ruined people's lives. The Reformationists didn't want that.
They still formed their own communities, and even within those communities, people in charge of the church benefited from the hard, unrequited work of their flock. This even happened when folks moved over to America. Like the Mormons did the same thing, the inherent moral virtue of hard work. But Mormons have never controlled the United States. I mean, not in its totality, at least. But back when they were limited just to like small Mormon towns and stuff, they still pushed that angle. One of the reasons that slave owners taught Christianity to the slaves was because of the Protestant work ethic, the idea that like, maybe life sucks for you now because you're a slave, but if you work hard, you get to heaven, and like, it'll all be fine there. So yeah, just like be content with this. At least you're being given the opportunity to do hard work. But all of it is born out of class dynamics to begin with. Like all this is being done because it's profitable to get your flock to be productive in that way.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, the core of Protestant Christianity, the thing that if you ask any Protestant, that this is the drum they will bang, and that is that faith alone is what saves. There's this whole dichotomy within our religion about does faith save or does works save? And by faith, I mean just believing in God and maybe repenting, and works meaning like, donating to charity or, doing hard work or getting baptized, whatever it is. And it is the core defining aspect of Protestantism that works do not save. It is the thing they will die on a hill for.
And yet,
absolutely. Well, yeah, they will still like get people to work, but it is not the thing that they.
It's literally called the Protestant work ethic. The idea that working hard, like it beget, like in America, you have like faith seeding, where the idea of like like working and donating money to your mega churches will beget further outcomes for you, and you have to work hard to plant that initial seed. The idea, I'm just pointing out, like, the idea that it's virtuous to work hard for your betters has been a component of basically every single institutionalized religion in the past several thousand years. Like, no matter where you go, Shintoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, Hinduism, Christianity and its 1,000 different sects, Judaism, Islam, there's always some overriding a pressure on the part of the flock to like work hard for your betters, and whether that's like the elders or like the community at large, or like it's always in some way a reaffirmation of one class's interests over another. And I mean, throughout history, the rule rather than the exception has been religious leaders working with governmental leaders. So it's not surprising that those elements would continue to manifest.
Right. So I guess from your perspective, right, religion is very much just if not like a product of people just guessing wrong, it is a tool to control the populace, right? Like that would be your perspective on it, I'm guessing?
Maybe accidentally. I don't think it's like all being done in a sinister and deliberate fashion by people at the top. But yeah, I think that's the purpose that it serves,
So then religion would be no more any different than any other institution, and it would therefore be a product of its circumstances, right? It would be a product of what is materially incentivized, right?
Yes.
So then why is the core, like this is like core Christianity basically, that you cannot work hard to get to heaven? It is physically impossible. In fact, the early Christian church was so adamant about this that if you believed you could work to get to heaven, that would cause you, that's like one of the very few things that could cause you to not go to heaven, is believing you can work to earn it. The moment you add works, you've lost your salvation. At least this is a very much Protestant.
You can say that if you want, but the Protestant work ethic is one of the most well-recognized, like, religious socioeconomical phenomenon around. Like, the text of the religion is uninteresting to me. People do what is actually, like, socially begot from the culture of the religion, Like, what Christianity says and what it, like, actually leads to are two very different things. And it's, like, we know for a fact that historically and contemporarily, there is, absolutely, like, a culture of using faith as a way of prompting proletarian compliance within their class interest. Otherwise, what was all that bullshit about teaching the slaves? I mean, that wasn't just, like, a couple of plantations. as a whole, I'm pretty sure black people today in America are more Christian than white people, and that's because damn near every slave ship that was brought over would be proselytized to. I mean, we're talking tens of millions of people in a coordinated effort across the like half a country in order to indoctrinate all of them into a certain set of beliefs. That's not I mean, that's a pretty exceptional coincidence if there's no class interest. I mean, they didn't even think the slaves were human, basically, but they still felt a need to tell them that hard work would get them to heaven, you know?
Well, I wouldn't say that's the thing. You're saying that hard work would get them to heaven. From my perspective, they would probably just evangelizing them because they were quite literally a captive audience. And evangelists love them to death, but they're annoying. I'll say we are very annoying, and we will evangelize to anyone who will listen. And I very much doubt, like, if they were preaching Christianity, but then they weren't mentioning all the numerous verses that say works will not get you to heaven, works will not get you to heaven.
Christians ignore verses all the time in the Bible. Wait, hold on. What the Christians do has nothing to do with the Bible. Totally different things.
Yeah, that is very true, and that's one of the issues that I do have with Christianity. I very much
there we go.
want to improve Christianity from within. I'm not trying to defend that aspect of it.
Well,
what I'm trying to say is that
if we agree that there's no adherence to the text, then there you go. Like,
not always.
If like, the text of the Bible, says you cannot work your way into heaven, that's fine. But clearly, several 100 million people never got the memo.
Yeah, that's very much true with the Catholic Church, isn't it? Like, don't get me wrong, when it comes to people who are self-interested and that's like their primary motivation, which is going to be a lot of people, then material circumstances are going to be the carrot that drives them around because they're going to seek the incentives that the material circumstances create. That's why, for example, the Catholic Church does, like, it is a running joke how comically the Catholic Church deviates from all of Scripture. Literally everything that defines the Catholic Church is laughably different from what the Bible teaches. You've got the Catholic Church who are very elitist, and they pretend to care about the poor and all that. And then you have Jesus, who was like would wear rags and heal the sick and really get in the dirt and all that sort of stuff. And
if you Google like Christianity moral to work hard, you'll find like a ton of sources from institutions and religious websites talking about the Christian work ethic and the virtue of working hard as a labor of love to your God, as like a demonstration of worth to your community, as like a service to the church and to the institutions that support it. The idea, like, it's the Protestant work ethic. Again, like, I don't want to debate like Orthodox religious text to you or anything. It's just in a practical sense, like, Christians absolutely do in their proselytizing, they absolutely do try to get like the proletarians working hard.
Well, yeah, that is true. Like, it's not as if they try to avoid people like working hard, because it's like, the main reason that Protestants work hard is not because it's compelled, at least not compelled by God. It's probably compelled by those people, for sure. But like, as far as like the reason we do good works is the same reason, ironically, that secular people do them. It's because they are good. We do good things because they are good things. That's the motivation there. We're not going to have heaven yoinked from us if we don't, harvest those crops. Good in the sense that it's. Well, are we like? Sorry, like.
Well,
what do you mean?
Well, as I understand it, if you do good things, that increases the likelihood of you going to heaven, right?
No. Not at all. Not even close. That's the key thing, Wash. Is that's the one thing.
Being good versus being bad doesn't influence your likelihood of going into heaven under most Protestant religious.
It shouldn't. If they're being consistent, that's right. It makes no difference.
Then why on earth do Christians talk nonstop about doing evil or doing good to get into heaven or to get to hell?
Because they're assholes and they're manipulative and they're butchering Christ. And so, like you said, they are.
Okay, then your version of religion has nothing to do with like the reality most people live with. Then the idea that like Christianity as a whole isn't preaching do good things to get into heaven, do sins to get into hell. Like, that's absolutely 100%. Whether or not the text says that or you follow that is irrelevant. That is the impact that religious thinking has, like, on hundreds of millions of Christians the world around. That's not like an obscure misinterpretation.
So let me just establish something. So let's say that you have a list of everything that Christianity says, like what the Bible says or whatever it is, right? And then you have what the followers themselves actually end up working out, right? And let's say that there's a massive difference, because that's not exactly a hypothetical now, is it? You have what Christianity says and what people do. Which is true Christianity to you? Is it what the text actually says, or is it how people actually practice it?
How people practice it.
See, to me, that's very different, because how people
there's no true
practice it is
Christianity. It's just like, why would I care about like a hypothetical set of fantasy rules when hundreds of millions of people are following a different set of rules? Like the former is just of no concern to me. There's nothing to emulate, model, replicate. I don't want a better Christianity. Christianity is what it is. And as long as Christianity is, dictated primarily by people with a different class interest than the proletariat, Christianity will remain fundamentally a bourgeois set of religious prescriptions. It will be an ally, a tool of the bourgeois, as it has been historically for a long time.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, if you, it seems weird to me that like you could like read the Bible and it says things like, I think in James 5 or something like that, like it literally says, "Woe to you!" I don't know the verse off the top of my head, but like something like, "Woe to you, rich people." Or basically, eat the rich. I'll summarize it by saying it literally just says, "Eat the rich." Unambiguously, it's pretty. Well, it is. It does suck that
Christians
like,
in America disproportionately voted for Trump, a literal billionaire. The Christian vote went to the swindling, wannabe, incestuous, pedophile Epstein friend billionaire who's unapologetically, shamelessly in love with his own wealth. I like what the Bible actually says is of no relevance whatsoever to Christians.
That is a sad reality. I will actually agree with that. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm a pretty big critic of Christianity myself, being a Christian. Obviously, like, I'm a Christian anarchist. I'm obviously going to have a issue with a lot of what many Christians, practice, and the way that they, a lot of them are basically hypocrites, right?
Well, that's all I care about. I mean, there's no hypothetical true Christianity for me to compare them to. It's only ever going to be what people practice, in my mind.
See, that's something I can't wrap my head around, because if Christianity is itself an idea or a religion, like religions are themselves ideas, they're a set of moral prescriptions, they're a set of axiomatic claims, whatever you want to say, but they're ideas. So if you can't say that the ideas themselves are what make them true, like what is true Christianity, that's like saying, mathematics. Mathematics says that 2 + 2 = 4, but if everyone's living as if 2 + 2 = 3,
the difference
does that become true mathematics just because people like that doesn't make what it is true?
The difference is that 2 + 2 does = 4, but what happens in the Bible isn't real, and its prescriptions are just guys writing stuff down. So we're talking about a fundamental like construction of reality and a way of understanding reality, juxtaposed to obviously what I, as a secular person, am going to think is just any other fictitious book. Like if for me, it would be like like you might as well be talking about the behavior of Harry Potter fans versus like the actual books. I have no interest whatsoever in some kind of hypothetical true X or Y, because it's just as real as any misinterpretation of the text, right? Like thinking Dumbledore was born in like 1293 is just as wrong as thinking he was born in like 1372 or whatever. Like both of them could be equally real,
Okay, well, we can debate whether or not the claims of the Bible and the claims of mathematics are equally true. To be perfectly honest, I don't necessarily believe in biblical inerrancy, right? And so that kind of makes me a bad Christian or whatever. But anyway, but let me use that Harry Potter example then. If you had a bunch of people who say, "Yeah, we're Harry Potter fans," but then they dress like RoboCop, they just go around shooting like lasers out of their hands. To you, that person is just as much as a Harry Potter fan as the person who waves a wand around going Wingardium Leviosa and all that crap.
If that was like several thousand-year-old tradition and like hundreds of millions of people were all like, yeah, Harry Potter, and then they put on like the RoboCop helmet or whatever, then yeah, Harry Potter would become that. Because fictitious stories are only as real as our perceptions of them. So if you like reach a point where the predominant cultural narrative around one set of untrue things becomes another equally untrue set of things, there's no utility in preferring one to the other outside of like historical bookkeeping, I guess. But in that case, like, yeah, sure, then that would be Harry Potter to us, right? We do that with lots of stuff. There are lots of foods that we don't call by their original names anymore. Like, people will be like, yeah, I'm cooking a baklava, and it's like, well, that wasn't actually called that. This thing used to be that. Or like, this wasn't originally a donut. This was actually this type of thing. And this thing, the croissant, looked like this before. And, you know, and like crepes used to look like this, but now they look, you know, but like whatever. Things are what they're referred to. I don't think there's like a true crepe, right? I mean, I'm sure pizzas used to be really different. Let me tell you, it's an old recipe. They used to be very, very different. But we call modern pizzas pizzas. You know, I wouldn't say like that's not a real pizza, you know, and like refer
Well,
to
what it
some
means to be a
earlier.
pizza, you know, can change depending on what the higher ideal of it is meant to serve. Because at the end of the day, what a pizza is meant to be, you know, based on it has bread, cheese, and some tomato sauce or whatever, and it's meant to serve the higher ideal of it tasting good and providing nutrition, right? So as long as it's serving that higher ideal, then I guess it's close to the idyllic idea of what a pizza is meant to be in the world of forms or whatever it is. I don't know.
I don't really believe in
butchering
higher
Jada right
ideals
now,
of
but
concepts. You know, I take a Wittgensteinian approach to all this. You know, things are what we refer to them as, and they only are those things insofar as they describe a common understanding of that thing.
yeah. So I think what this is born from is really what we talked about at the start with this tension between idealism and materialism. So let me use like a little thought experiment to explain why I believe in idealism over materialism. So imagine you had a rationalist, right? He's a bit of an idealist and he's holding a coin. And he says, if I flip this coin, it's 50-50 if I get heads. But along comes Mr. Empiricist and he says, what rubbish. And he's got, you know, devil horns and whatnot.
Mhm.
And he says, you don't know that getting a coin, flipping a coin will get 50-50. You have no way of knowing that. That's just an abstract ideal you came up with in your head. I'll tell you what, though. I'll do an experiment and look at what the physical material circumstances say, because we'll let the empirical evidence decide. And so he flips a coin, let's say 100 times, and he gets 60 heads and 40 tails. That's not 50-50. All right, well, let's say he tries the experiment again. He gets 51 heads, 59 tails. Well, that's still not 50-50. It's close, but it's not 50-50.
But
and then next he gets, you know, all sorts of
materialism
different outcomes.
Materialism isn't about ignoring the like abstract mathematical concepts or constructions. Materialism is just about it's an analytical framework where you understand that class conflict and the dialectical process of resolving those conflicts is the primary driving force behind human social development. But that doesn't. I don't think that necessarily entails like a rejection of like mathematical proofs. You know, you kind of have to have those to function.
Right, and I don't think rationalism means rejecting materialism either, but here's the question, right? You have the 50-50 probability, which is rational. It's a rational concept, and then you have the coin, the actual material, the expression of that probability, right? Which is more true? Which is closer to what is true? Is it the experimental empirical evidence, which never comes up 50-50 or maybe very rarely does? Or is it the rational 50-50 concept, which is more true?
But they're not in conflict. This is just the nature of probabilistic calculations. You can arrive
it's
at
the nature of that because rational probability is more true than the actual empirical expression of it. That's why rational truths are more superior to empirical ones.
It's not that it's more true. It is true that the coin landed on heads 60 times and tails 40 times. That's an empirical fact. They're both empirical facts. You have the abstract probability, and then you have the manifestation of that probability in a given set of outcomes. And then you have two things, the hypothetical proportion of heads versus tails, and the actual set of outcomes, but they don't conflict with each other. Only an irrational person would look at one and deny the existence of the other. They both exist without conflict.
Right, but like that, you're only saying that from the perspective of a rational framework. So the only way that you can say that the empirical evidence, which displays, like if we take that example, none of those times did it show up 50-50. However, you can explain using another rational concept like the bell curve thing, however, you know, like the probability of like the area under the bell curve, that explains why it's not always going to show up 50-50. But that's another rational framework to explain the why the material reality doesn't necessarily one-to-one correlate with the rational framework.
But this doesn't conflict with material analysis. There's a difference between a mathematical probabilistic estimation or calculation and like the idea of there being an ideal form of a pizza. They're entirely different things. One of them can be arrived at through calculation. The other one is a moral prescription. Like, or to put it another way, like if you wiped out all of humanity and tried to like reconstruct all of this in absentia, like without us present, like aliens or whatever, or other evolved animals that come after us, they could arrive at the hypothetical 50-50 calculation, but absent cultural context, they would never know what the ideal pizza is. It's a value that exists entirely within our own like preset moral and social expectations.
Right. Well, and they would have like different tastes that have arrived out of different evolutionary pressures and things like that. So, yeah, like what an ideal, I guess, any kind of food to them would be different based on what their needs are and things like that. If they're like a different aliens or different humans that live in a different society,
Even amidst humans today, nobody knows what the ideal pizza is. We literally have like intercity conflicts in America over what style of pizza is best. Like clearly, there's not an ideal pizza. We just have a general like preference for things that taste good, and nobody can really agree exactly on what that is.
Well, I'm not one of those what's the word, non-pluralists, I guess. Well, I'm only a little pluralist in my idealism. Like I think there can be multiple different ideas of what it means to be the ideal of something, like depending on what it is that but just because there's multiple ideas doesn't mean it doesn't exist within like certain boundaries, right? Like an ideal pizza would have to have in some way bread, cheese, the sauce, but it couldn't just be like a cake or something, or it couldn't just be literally something that grows out of the ground or something.
There are pizzas without cheese and without sauce, though. I've never seen a pizza without bread, but I'm sure given enough time, somebody will invent one, and people will be like, "Yeah, it's a pizza," and like, they'll roll with it.
Right, and I guess that's
cauliflower
kind of
pizza.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that kind of that sort of goes into that whole what is a chair thing, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I don't believe in the ideal form of anything, so I can't. So I the circles we're running in right now, I would maintain for literally any concept. Even mathematical ones. There's still like scientific epistemology that people can learn about, and like even mathematical proofs are dependent upon certain presuppositions that we have to make, though those are a lot more abstract, of course, because mathematical calculations are more divorced from immediate material considerations and sensory input.
Right. So like if we're doing like the epistemology sort of chicken and egg thing, which is more important, empirical information or rational information, you got to sort of figure out, well, what's all truth based on, right? Is all truth based on empirical reality? Like is rationality just a way of explaining empirical reality, which is the real truth, or is empirical reality the shadow on the wall that Plato described in his allegory of the cave, and the rationality is the true thing? And I would say that because all claims of truth are built on the rational assumption that truth itself is truth, which is because there are smartasses out there that reject that idea for whatever reason.
Yeah,
just because they're being
there's
edgy.
there's at least one of them in this call right now, actually.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, wait, do you believe that truth is not actually truth?
I'm a postmodernist. I have to.
I thought postmodernism was just like you didn't believe that there was one idea of truth, but they could all. I didn't realize it was actually a rejection of the concept of truth.
Well, there's a belief in a utilitarian value of some types of truth over others, but if you don't necessarily believe in a fundamental truth, a one singular truth, you have to understand that as long as there are different perspectives on truth, there must necessarily be some kind of external criteria by which we're valuing some types of truth over others, right? And that would be a form of subjectivity. Obviously, I would still disagree with people who have different ideas on truth, because having a subjective take on something, or an intersubjective take, doesn't mean that you can't have disagreements with other people with intersubjective takes.
Right, but the issue is if I say the words truth is truth, that's saying A equals A. This is the most fundamental, basic level of logic we can go with. Like, if we reject this, there's no way to be able to describe anything. All logic and all rationality has to go out the window if we can't say A equals A, truth equals truth.
I agree with tautology.
Right, so if truth then equals truth, and that is something like we don't have to believe it, because like you said, you're a postmodernist, you can technically reject it. Technically, in a sense, saying truth equals truth, because there's no, you're at the bedrock of epistemology, there's no other faith, there's no other truth that you can use to support that.
The core with tautology is that it doesn't really tell you anything, right? Like, if you think truth equals
Yeah.
truth, that's fine, but that doesn't necessarily mean that truth exists in an objective sense. That would just mean that it is what it is. But I believe that all things are what they are, in some senses. I mean, that's more philosophy than anything, right? You know? Is your brother, or if they abandoned you at a critical moment in the battlefield, are they no longer your brother? Well, what do you mean by brother? Do you mean like a comrade, or do you mean like biological your brother, you know? Is someone your brother if you fought with them for 20 years, but they're not literally related to you? Well, like, so even in tautology, is a brother? Well, you know,
Well, I agree with that because,
one
like,
could argue.
Well, yeah, I actually only have half brothers, and I have like a stepdad and everything like that. But because my stepdad was the one who essentially raised me, as much of I don't always agree with him on a lot of things, and he can be a bit of a dick. I still consider him my father. I don't call him stepdad. I call him my father because he was the one who raised me. And at the end of the reason, I base this on the idea that, like, if they have the essence of what it means to be a father, then they're my dad. Like, if they're the one that raised me, they were they had the essence of what it means to be a fatherly figure, then that's what they were.
But this is not the only truth. And what a fatherly figure is hardly a settled objective issue, no?
Well, I guess that's why I got to debate bro more, so that the rest of the world can realize I'm right, they're wrong, and they can suck my dick.
Well, sure, of course, obviously. That's the point of believing in multiple truths, right? To argue that your interpretations are better. But the only point that I'm arriving at here, these are all linguistic traps, at any rate. You can't communicate
Fair
ideas.
enough.
You can only ever communicate ideas through language, indirectly. And the language that we use is inarticulate and incapable of truly translating the things that we're thinking at any given point. We don't really discuss concepts. We discuss commonly agreed upon terms to refer to concepts. And behind all those layers of abstraction, the idea of arguing over fundamentals, certainly metaphysics, seems to me like mostly a waste of time. I don't believe in metaphysical conversations because I don't think we can really meaningfully weigh in on them. And I certainly don't believe in dictating anything in reality based on metaphysical presuppositions, hence my problem with religion. But
then again, if you consider truth equals truth to be a metaphysical proposition, then I'm afraid we're going to have to let that bear on reality. That's just the way it's going to be.
You have to make some presuppositions in order to arrive at basic understandings of the world. Like, for example, you have to trust the idea of sensory input. You have to believe that you are participating in reality, because if you can't do that, you can't really do anything. But I don't think that just because some metaphysical presuppositions have to be made, that necessarily means that all metaphysical presuppositions are justified or necessary or useful. I think that only the ones that have to be made in order to participate should be justified. Perception, input, sensory, what have you. The other stuff, I think, should be left aside. It serves no utility to pretend in its existence.
Right. Like, I guess I believe in making as few faith claims as possible, even though I consider the idea the idea that truth equals truth to be essentially a faith claim. I think it's one we kind of have to, like, well, we don't have to, but it's a good. I'd advocate for it. I think it's a good faith claim to make. But seeing as we're sort of, I think we're sort of hitting bedrock on this part. Do you want to sort of move on to like LGBT issues and stuff like that?
Oh, I thought we were getting ready to abandon our beliefs in God. I mean, you believe in faith claims. You must necessarily, no?
As few as is necessary.
I
just like
do not believe
else.
that. If that was the case, you would be agnostic. You can't believe as few as is necessary because you have you have a book. There are a good number of claims in there.
Well, you mistake my reasons for believing in God. I can talk about that. I'd love to talk about why I believe in God. I've debated it a lot of times in your comment sections, and people get annoyed with me.
Oh, well, that's the fun of life.
Yeah, exactly.
You can hit that later if you want to, if you'd rather talk about LGBT stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'll save the God stuff for later. When it comes to LGBT stuff, so I am pro-LGBT Christian. Again, I mentioned I'm LGBT myself. What I mostly wanted to talk about actually is, to be perfectly honest, I have a bone to pick with not just you, but a lot of voices on the left. You see, there's this, conservatives, a lot of Christian conservatives, ones I fight with on a regular basis, they want to drive a wedge between Christ and the LGBT community. And we can get into reasons why that is. And I guess later on I might want to run an argument that I use against them by you because it's sociological, but be that as it may. basically, I try to work very hard to make people realize that it is a false dichotomy, that you either have to be gay or Christian, you can't be both, and that these two things are not irreconcilable. And I try to, sort of sow the divide between the LGBT community and the Christian community, right? And the issue is my efforts to do that are very well hampered, you might say, by by you, essentially, because you have, well, it's not that you're doing this on purpose by any means, but it's basically you have a very vitriolic, inflammatory way of speaking about things. And that's why we like you. That's why everyone watches you, because it's very entertaining and cathartic. But it can be very hard to, solve the divide. Like if I'm trying to convince conservatives that being gay is not a problem, but then they see all the lefties saying, Christianity is a lie and we need to burn it to the ground. It's the cause of all human problems and all that sort of stuff. It can be very difficult for me to convince them that you can be gay and Christian, basically.
Well, that really seems like a them problem, no? They should really work on being the problem, for me to not call them the problem.
Well, yeah, don't get me wrong. They are absolutely the bigger bad guy here, 100%. But when the other people are being the bully, it doesn't really help when you don't deal with the bullying right. The way I would explain it is that we still have an obligation to do what is best, given that especially given that they are being very villainous in this area. I guess what I'm trying to say is, for example, a lot of Christians will say, well, being gay is a sin because it says so in the Bible, and a lot of atheist lefties will take that for granted, because what else are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to be an expert on scripture? No, obviously not. However, they sort of just take that for granted that is actually the case. And while it does,
who cares whether or not it's actually the case? Christians don't care what's in the Bible.
Well, let's pretend that they did. Let's say that there may be, I don't know, let's say 10, 15, maybe 100 Christians out there who really care what's in the Bible. They'd be a rare bunch, to be sure.
They care, they would read it.
Well, listen, I think in the Christian communities I've been around with, which I've got to talk to you about that later, because the more time I spend in Christian communities and lefty communities, the more I realize that they are basically the same thing. Anyway, but the more I exist in Christian communities, because of the history around the Protestant Reformation and the fact that the Bible was the only thing that we were able to use to take down the authoritarian friggin' thorn in our side that was the Catholic Church, because they would go against Scripture. I would say a lot of Protestants really, really do care about Scripture. Like your average layman, maybe not, because they just don't really care. But somebody who's serious about Christianity obviously cares about what's in the Bible.
And yet,
well, I guess it's more of a case that anything that enters the life of mortals in large. What's the quote again? Anything. I can't remember how it goes. Anything vast that enters the life of mortals does so with a curse, or something like that. I think that it's kind of like a Rick and Morty thing, that the fan base sort of ruins it, but the show itself is not actually that bad, if you get my meaning.
Look, the arguments against queer people in the US today are essentially entirely Christians. Like,
right,
the
exactly.
whole anti-gay marriage thing is original definition of marriage. The overwhelming bulk of attacks that come out against queer people broadly are framed through a Christian lens. I don't think there's anything irresponsible about looking at that and going, yeah, Christians and the Christian institutions in this country are enemies of the queer community. Now, I have never said that you can't be Christian and be pro-LGBT, because I know people who are Christian and pro-LGBT, but the group of people, the block, the class at large, are absolutely aligned against queer interests. I don't think there's anything wrong or harmful about saying that.
The thing is, right, if we could get Christians en masse to realize that being gay was a sin, if we could do that, and this is where I would want to run my argument by you, because it's very sociological, but if we could get Christians en masse to realize that being gay isn't a sin, that whole thing would disappear. Christians would no longer be the enemy, and gay people would never be the enemy of Christians.
Well, good luck with that.
Together. Okay, well, here's the argument I like to use, because basically when we talk about what's in the Bible, a lot of Christians very much care about what's that old word, context. basically only certain, because we have a thing where only certain rules were only ever meant to apply to certain material circumstances. Like that is something that we believe. For example, the Old Testament law was only ever meant to apply to the state of Israel. That's all it was for. It was never meant to be a thing that lasted into eternity, because of course it wouldn't. And that's one of the reasons that Jesus was basically, had a problem with a lot of the Pharisees or whatever, is because he made that point that these rules weren't always meant to be taken so absolutist, and they weren't meant to be last forever. So I guess that my argument would. So let me just run
But
by
it's
the
irrelevant.
sociological. Well,
They believe what they believe. You can't. There are hundreds of millions of them. You can snap your fingers and get them to read the Bible, the text which is supposed to lead them to eternal reward that they haven't already? No. This is your optimism in believing you can unite people based on ideas. Nobody has ideas because they're told to have ideas. People's ideas are constructions of their environment that align with pre-existing political and material goals. The reason Christians are overwhelmingly reactionary relative to other groups in the United States is because the material forces that bring people to religion are the same ones that tend to exclude them from ethnic and sexual diversity. It's overwhelmingly a rural thing. If it was the opposite, if the forces of the world could change such that people in cities were more likely to be religious than people in rural areas, then Christians would be relatively progressive. But they're not. It's just urban planning. It's just city design.
All right, well, so to address that point, the idea that people don't have ideas because they're told to, I don't know what you think education is, but all right then. But on that other point,
how many people in America do you think remember everything they were taught in elementary, middle, and high school relative to the things that were reinforced in the life that they had after they left school?
Well, we're talking about America here. I'm an Aussie. Remember, I've got to comment on what I see.
That's the same over there. Nobody remembers. People. You sit down and listen, you can try to teach people what you want, but the things people really learn overwhelmingly, on average, not every individual, are affirmations of environmental forces that they experience. People in rural areas are far more likely to internalize certain things than people in other areas. People who live in war-torn areas are more likely to internalize information that pertains to survival or gathering food or what have you than people who live in areas that are not racked with danger, even if both of them were taught the exact same things. Education is great and all, but what matters most is cultivating a society in which people are exposed to good lessons just as a matter of interaction through society. Like, you don't want to teach people sharing is caring. You want to put people in societies where learning to get along with each other and share is an advantageous way of forming social groups. Because as long as you do that, people will naturally arrive at those conclusions. If you tell people sharing's caring and then throw them out into some bloodthirsty, laissez-faire, capitalist, what have you, people aren't going to internalize those lessons. They're going to think of it as like juvenile childhood Sesame Street bullshit that's impeding people from getting used to the real world. It's all about those material conditions. And nothing is going to change the way the religious people are outside of broader addressing of, the conditions that lead to conservatism and reactionary ideology. Of which there are many.
So to address that idea that you're never going to change Christians off this point, let's say, for example, that only 10% of Christians would be moved by my idea, and I'll give you the argument, by the way, that I mentioned before. But let's say only 10% of Christians would actually ever give a shit. Christians make up 2.38 billion people on the planet, which means that 10% of them is 238 million of them. That's almost 10 times more than my entire country's population. So I'd say that even if only 10% of all Christians actually gave a shit, that's still massive. And let's say only 10% of those 10% would actually listen. That's still millions of people that we could move to our side. So I guess this would be. So I guess I'll just give you my argument, because it's about sociology, I guess, and it's a bit outside my wheelhouse, right? But in the Bible, it says, being gay is a sin, blah 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 blah. Don't do it. Now, the thing is that a lot of rules from back then have changed today. And is that because we Christians just throw out the stuff we don't like? No, it's because we can point to actual reasons why certain rules no longer need to be followed. Like, for example, dowries. No Christians pay a dowry. Is that because they don't care about what's written in the Bible? No, it's because dowries are no longer materially necessary. because dowries were a sort of form of, not only proving that you could provide, but they were almost like a form of elderly welfare, because they'd pay, the old people's like a cow or something, so that they could be taken care of or whatever. It'd be a shittier form of elderly welfare, but it would work nonetheless. Now, that's an example of a rule we used to follow, but we no longer do. And that's not us being hypocrites. It's just no longer necessary. We have superannuation, or you'd call it social security, or we have welfare. We have other means of taking care of things like that. It's no longer materially necessary. So the question is the reason homosexuality was seen as bad, not just in Abrahamic religions, but in every society on the planet? Why is that? Why did all of these societies seem to say, gay people can't be married? Even ancient Greece did not allow for gay marriage. So why is that? Like, they would allow you to have sex with men, but not gay marriage. So why is that? Does that have to do with the material conditions? And I think it very much does, because back in the day, the material conditions would make it so that 90% of all jobs in the economy were physically based, right? Like, laying brick and all that kind of crap, or like hunting or whatever. And that means that men overwhelmingly would outperform women in the economy, which means women would have an extremely difficult time finding work and men wouldn't, which means women, if left alone, would have just starved to death. So how do we solve that? Marriage, right? If women are expected to be married to men and the men provide for them, that takes care of their material like conditions or whatever. So in that context where marriage, is like, women literally depend on marriage to survive, and it could be no other way because of the material conditions, right? If that's the case, then what would homosexuality do in that society? Like, we're talking like on a broader level here, because if homosexuality and homosexual marriage in particular was seen as acceptable, what would happen is men, particularly bi men, would have a choice. Either they would get married to a woman, which means, more financial dependence, that they depend on you. They would have children, which would be more responsibility, more difficult, and a whole slew of other, difficulties that might be associated with that, especially because women, am I right? But then so you would either choose that as a man, or you choose to marry a man, which means no kids, no financial responsibility, dual income, they can protect you, and you can have sex as many times as you want without worrying about too much other than maybe hygiene. But that's an issue on both sides. Overwhelmingly, a lot of men would choose to marry men over women because, as we all know, men are superior. I might be lefty, but I'm still sexist, and I will die on that hill. I'm not really, I'm kidding. But yeah, and in all seriousness, the reason why homosexuality was banned was because essentially it would hurt women's chances of getting married, and women depended on marriage to survive. Now, in the modern context, women no longer depend on marriage to survive because, the economy is now mostly intellectually based and service based, which women are perfectly capable of competing with men in. Women can do the 9-to-5, office work. Women can do retail, whatever it is, so they can be financially independent. Therefore, being gay is no longer a threat to a woman's survivability, which is why, women's rights have always moved alongside LGBT rights, for example. That was a very long-winded argument, but I just wanted to get your thought on that, I guess.
Assuming your premises, isn't this an argument in favor of materialist analysis of society?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I am in favor of using materialism, because the way I view it is that rational truths are superior to empirical truths, but empirical truths decide which rational framework is correct. So, for example, if you have two different rational ideas, both of which are like logically consistent, but one of them correlates to material reality and the other one doesn't, well, obviously the one that correlates to material reality is the true one. So materialist analysis is still absolutely important. I just don't think it's like what you said. It's not like comprehensive. It doesn't account for everything. So, but I still think that this is if you explain to Christians that the only reason being gay was considered a sin was because of the material conditions at the time,
I think they would laugh in your face.
You'd be surprised. I've actually moved I've moved a handful of Christians over on this. I've not had exactly a massive platform, or anything like that. But
I don't know why you're talking to people whose belief structure is literally based on faith. I don't know why rational arguments would be a reliable or effective way of changing their mind. Look, the reason is oh, sorry, go on. Additionally, I think it's maybe a little bit in my mind textually odd, the idea that the Bible is supposed to be a perfect manifestation of God's will.
It's not though.
It
I don't
really
don't
depends
believe
on
in
who you
that.
talk to, and a lot of Christians, if it's in the Bible or if they say it's in the Bible, which is really what matters, because none of them fucks read the Bible. You know, you're only going to get so far with the that was true for the time, but not for right now. You know, funnily, the Mormon Church did that. With the whole allowing black people into their church, but coincidentally, God's eternal, undying, omnipotent will happened to change right around the time the U.S. government threatened to pull their tax status as a church if they didn't start letting black folk in. So I guess God really hard up for that cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't you can look,
Yeah, it's
if you can convince some people, that's great. Some are susceptible to that. I don't think that's mutually exclusive at all to pointing out the fact that Christianity is largely an oppressive institution. With regards to queer rights, though, like I don't think those things are in conflict at all. You know, it's like if you, it's like you could be like going up to Nazis, in like 45 or whatever, and you could be like, look, see here in the national precept how we're supposed to defend the nation. How are we defending the nation? By gassing our own citizens, you know? And like, you know, if you can convince some people based on that, I guess that's better than nothing, right? But I don't think that could take away from people going, like, pointing out that the
well,
Nazis are doing the Holocaust. You know what I mean?
so with the thing you mentioned before, the idea that this is based on faith for a lot of Christians, that is true. However, if you look at the online Christian community, obviously it's a lot of infighting and a lot of arguments. And because we all have faith in Christianity, what determines which is the true Christianity is going to come down to rationality and empiricism and stuff
I don't
like
believe
that,
that.
which is why.
Wait, how does that work? So you
Hang on.
arbitrarily assume a bunch of metaphysical religious presuppositions, and then what you arbitrarily assume different ones, but then the arguments between them are empirical, not
Well,
faith-based?
well, let me explain, right? Like when there's arguments about like, because the only sort of faith-based claims that Christians are supposed to have are what's in the Bible, right? That's the idea anyway. But when we disagree about what's in the Bible, what will happen is that they'll go on YouTube and they'll say, "What does this pastor say about this? What does that guy say about that?" And they'll be all like, essentially Christian apologists on YouTube, and they'll explain like all the different things, right? And they'll have to use that, like they do this. They have to use a historical analysis of how things were at the time, the cultural context of what certain words meant, what certain cultural ideas. For example,
But everyone can do
what's
this. Like any con artist can construct a post hoc justification for their faith. Like every religious leader and cult leader ever has done this. Like, well, why am I actually the son of Jesus Christ Almighty, born in Nazareth? Well, look at this. And then like you justify it with some every time Christianity splits, this is what happens. Like, oh, actually this different arbitrary set of faith-based principles is the real one because of this set of analyses. But you're analyzing faith. Your analyses can't be grounded in empiricism because you're not rooted in empiricism. There's no way to falsify any claims made here. It's all faith-based. There's no way
well,
to
I wouldn't say
put these
I wouldn't say
ideas
there's
up
no way
against
to
each other.
falsify it, because if it was not true that the material conditions weren't eliciting these rules, right? Like basically the idea, like the thing is that the kind of argument I just made with the whole, well, why did they say this was a rule? That's exactly the kind of arguments that these apologists would make thousands and thousands of times, and it always gets accepted on. Well, sometimes it gets accepted, sometimes like you'd be surprised with Christians. We're not as
What if a Christian
conformist as.
what if they
Yeah,
disagreed?
go on.
What if they were just like, actually, they said like sodomy is a sin because God thinks it's bad and it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, and gay people are going to hell. What's
Well,
your
then
rational counter to that?
Well, then fuck them. But we
That's
can
not a
reach the people
rational
who don't think
counter.
that way.
Well, wait, then there you go. See, this isn't empirics. What I just said right there from their perspective is as correct as what you just said, because there's no way to falsify either of these analytical frameworks. It's all rhetoric, which don't get me wrong, a lot of stuff is.
The
But
way you would handle that is you'd say like, well, you'd basically point out the dowry thing, for example. If they were married, for example, this is what I do all the time. This is how I've moved some people over. I go, hey, do you pay a dowry when you got married? And they go, no. Well, you have to. It says so in the Bible. And they're like, and then I explain, well, no, you don't actually have to. It was only necessitated by the material circumstances. Obviously, God has to make certain rules around certain material circumstances. He would have to. Otherwise,
and what if they're just like, yeah, well, that changed, but the gay marriage thing didn't. If you trust
then
me,
you-
if every Christian who thought that sodomy was a sin could be convinced by pointing out that they're a hypocrite for not following every rule in the Bible accurately, then atheists would have single-handedly ended religion by now. You know, like and mind you, that still is unfalsifiable, because at that point, anytime you don't like an argument in the Bible, you can just be like, well, historical context. But if you do like it, you can go, actually, well, this one's still fine. Like, if you want a historical context all the arguments away, then the Bible becomes worthless. It's, you know, like, you'll need a Bible 2 or Bible 3, I guess, because the Old Testament is the thing. But, like, again, like, none of this is empirics, right? Like, all of this is just what rhetorical game can you play to make your subjective set of beliefs the other person's subjective set of beliefs.
Well, you can't necessarily invalidate everything by just screaming context, context, you know, because the idea is that God made the rules, and God's truths are eternal, sort of thing, in the sense that the rationale behind why he does things is always eternal, even if it prompts different behaviors. For example, let's say you had a trolley problem, and, you know, let's pretend that we could actually keep God to the parameters of a trolley problem,
what
right?
if the rationale is just that men and women are the ones who are supposed to be together, and men sleeping together is an abomination? Is there anything in the Bible that contradicts that interpretation, that it's just inherently morally wrong to do sodomy?
Absolutely. So, for example, there's a particular scripture that says, Galatians 3:28, there is no male or female, Jew or Gentile, slave or free, for we are all one in Christ. So basically, a radical affirmation of egalitarianism. The Bible has always been very egalitarian. So yes, you can absolutely point to things. So like, if a Christian wanted to say that like there's just spiritual reasons why they can't be together, well, you point out that in Galatians it says that there's basically no spiritual difference between men and women. That the differences are purely biological. And you know what? In fact,
but the institution of marriage is a manifestation that can take into account those differences. And there are plenty of things in the Bible that talk about differences between men and women. Aren't there literally like different punishments that are levied out between like injury afflicted against a man or woman, or like different rules depending if it's a son or a daughter? The Bible distinguishes between these groups. It's internally inconsistent because it was written by like goat farmers 2,000 years ago.
I would have to read Leviticus or whatever, but like I'm pretty sure New Testament absolutely does not. Well, kind of. There's like, again, those rules would have probably been based on the material circumstances.
No, you can't.
And
you
how
can't
their
do
biology...
that every time. You can't do.
No,
you can't say like, well, this thing that I like is the objective, true, divine word of God and Christ eternal, and these things that are incompatible with my religious beliefs and personal political beliefs, mind you, today are like these ones have changed. Like there's no objective determiner because all this is based on faith. There's no way to make arguments rationally.
That's not entirely true. If we say that, because we can make material circumstances when it's a material issue, and because biology is the only distinction between, like, you know, that men and women, how they're only biologically different, that is going to have material effects and material consequences. Therefore, rules grounded in material circumstances. That's the argument you would make.
You could make that for
example. Not necessarily.
What about if thou shalt not kill was actually only rooted in the material circumstances of the time because there were so many fewer humans? But now that there are like 8 billion of us, actually God has no problem with indiscriminate murder. What about thou shalt not covet each other's shit? Because back then, like, everyone had 2 things, and now people have Amazon. Like, if you want historical circumstances, you can do that for anything any of these texts say. And don't get me wrong, I want you to be inconsistent in favor of my political beliefs, but I think that's the only thing it can ever be. It's not a more true version of Christianity. It's just convenient for me. And for you.
No, hang on. So with the thou shalt not kill, let's look at the rationale behind why killing is bad.
God's
rationale. It takes away a person's freedom. Huh?
God's rationale.
Why not?
You can't you can't presume God's intentions. His will is not yours to know.
We will have to do our best. That's just going to have to be how it is. If we can't figure it out, well then we all make mistakes.
God works in mysterious ways is literally like the main thing that I know about him. You literally can't. He's not a smart human. He's a different creature. He's a different thing.
That's not entirely true. That's a verse. That's one of those verses that gets misquoted, and taken out of context. You can know God's rationality. Jesus expects you to know God's rationality and to apply, at the very least, common sense reasoning. So, for example, I don't want to. Anyway, I don't want to get into too much scripture because I imagine you find this kind of boring, to be perfectly honest. But there's plenty of scripture that says that it's God in the Bible is literally referred to as the Logos, the rationale. That's his name. That's that, or at least Jesus' name. Jesus is supposed to be the physical manifestation of God's Logos. Like that's what it means when he says in the beginning there was the Word. That's what that means. The rationality is literally considered divine in Christianity.
Yeah, but it's his rationality, not yours. Like if you want to go down this road, then you have to explain the death of every like Egyptian firstborn. And like why God couldn't have just teleported the Hebrews out or something. Like he can do anything, but he chose the road that led to thousands of people dying. Like Sodom and Gomorrah, the entire salt pillar. Like God killed so many people. You can't. Like this is the reason why Christians.
Well,
but this is why. No. There's no point. This is unwinnable. The reason Christians say God works in mysterious ways is because the books, the new Bible and the Old Testament, are incoherent and inconsistent, and the only way at forming a coherent framework through all of them is to just ignore some parts and take other parts. Every religion does this. It's not like a Christianity only thing. I just take issue with the idea that there's some way of rationally arguing Christians into a more egalitarian form of Christianity when I don't think
I've done that.
No, you can make you can make arguments that they'll believe, but they're not rational in the framework of Christianity. They're rational in the framework of empirical, non-religious, ethical argumentation. Anyone arguing based on faith can find arguments as convincing for totalitarianism and oppression as you could for egalitarianism. They can ignore what you choose to believe, and they can believe what you choose to ignore. They can argue historical context whenever you find it inconvenient, and vice versa. There's nothing different, and they're not any more wrong to do so than you.
Wait, hang on. I'm gonna have to get you to clarify that statement. So, if they're arguing a fascist perspective versus an egalitarian perspective, that's equally valid. Like
from a religious perspective, yeah, that's just as valid an interpretation of Christian doctrine as anything you would propose. Yes. Not for me, but I don't make my arguments based on like a divine command theory. I don't think what's good has anything to do with Christianity.
I'm literally about to hang on. I'm gonna have to. Doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, like I'm literally basically it's a whole backstory, but I basically have doesn't matter. Anyway,
well, you have to believe in divine command theory because
I don't.
No, Christian.
No, I don't. I hate divine command theory. It fucking sucks.
Do you not think that God determined that he is what is good and that God is what is good in the world and he determines what is good and what is evil?
So the thing with divine command theory is that basically he decides what is good and what is bad, as opposed to he knows what is good and bad and he makes rules based off what just is good and bad, basically.
There's no difference between those two things.
There's a massive difference between those two things.
Only if you believe in God. In a practical sense, in both cases, whatever God has decided is good is the thing that you think is God. Like, there's only a difference there metaphysically. You think there's a difference because you believe in the metaphysical presuppositions. In impact on the world, there's no difference between the two. In either case, like, whatever God says is good.
Absolutely not, because there's a way of, like, if you employ a moral framework to determine, like, for example, one of the definitions of God is omnibenevolence, meaning that he has to be all good, which means if somebody claims God did X and X is immoral, we can know God did not do X, and that whoever that person is an idiot, or that certain religions, if they claim certain amoral things, that those things cannot be God, basically.
Okay, so can God do evil?
No, absolutely not.
So anything that God does or mandates is good?
Assuming it's in line with with the definition of good, yes.
Well, if God can't do evil, then God has to do good, right?
Right. So, but the thing is that in divine command theory, the reason why God can't do evil is because anything he does is just described as good.
Yeah,
so,
but
for example,
he doesn't do anything, so it doesn't matter to me. But
well,
you would argue.
Where we disagree.
Well, of course,
right.
But you would argue anything God does is good, right? It has to be good because God is good. So anything God does is in line with what is good.
No, so here's the difference between what I believe in divine command theory. Let's say that somebody said God rapes babies. Well, I would say God, by definition, is physically incapable of doing that because that is so fundamentally amoral that it cannot be done by God. Whereas a divine command theorist would say, well, if God does do that, therefore raping babies is good because God does it.
That was how
Can you
Jesus
see how?
That was how Jesus was conceived, to be fair. I'm pretty sure Mary was 14, so, you know.
No, he didn't have sex to make Mary. That's just a fan fiction, stupid friggin' 4chan fucking wankers came up with, okay? God just snapped his fingers, and also we don't know that she was 14. They think it might have either been 14, 15, or 16.
Ah, okay.
And it was not sex. That's not how it was conceived. Basically, God just snapped his fingers, and then bam.
So
I don't
so
know if you would consider that sex.
So by definition, what a thing that God does has to be good because God can only do good things, right?
Right, but that's how you can test whether or not God exists. Actually, this is actually
wait, but I just want to. So if the Bible says to do something, the thing that the Bible is saying to do must be good, right?
No. So that's where I don't necessarily believe in divine command theory. The way I treat the Bible is I treat it like a historical text like any other. Like that basically it's like basically the idea is that it's basically just flawed human beings doing their best to record their interaction with the divine. Have the text maybe been corrupted? Has there been some Chinese whispers bullshit going on? Maybe, probably, but there's only certain ways that we can know.
Then how do you know what God wants then? How do you know what God's will actually is?
By engaging in ethical reasoning, by engaging in rationale.
Through your flawed...
I'm literally... I'll have to cancel, but I was literally about to see one of the things that I do is I'm actually talking with an ethics professor on developing an ethical framework called freedom ethics, and basically how I determine right and wrong would be based off that ethical framework.
How do you know your ethical framework is correct?
Well, that's the part of the work that we're doing. So basically, I tried to ground ethics in consciousness because we have to. Because if you remove consciousness from anything, it ceases to have any ethical implications, right? A thing only has ethical implications in as much as it affects a conscious being, right?
I don't know if that's true, but I would have to think about it. We don't know what consciousness is, so I don't know if we can really say. Yeah,
but you would agree, for example, if there's like for example, a solar system inhabited by aliens, and the sun in that solar system is going to blow up. That fucking sucks. But if a sun's going to blow up in a solar system which the entire universe is not even populated, zero ethical implications exist there, right? Like it's just a thing that happens. There's no right or wrong. I
would agree that my understanding of ethics is informed by sensory perception and the ability to experience the outcomes of actions.
Right. So basically, like if we accept the idea that kind of like how truth equals truth, if value equals value, then pretty much all ethics follows from there.
Okay.
And so like value only really means anything in the context of like how conscious beings perceive it in a sense, but it's still something that is understood. But if that makes sense.
Well, sure, we don't really know what consciousness is, but the reason why I'm asking this is because so you believe, I would add quite arrogantly for a human, that your moral structure is objectively correct because it's in line with what God wants, because what God can only want good things, and you've aligned your ethical beliefs with what you think God would want. So God kind of follows your cognition. If you change your mind on an ethical question, you would update your understanding. Oh, God must not have actually liked that previous thing that I believed. He now likes this current thing that I believe because I've now arrived at the correct ethical interpretation, which is what God must also have. That has to be what you believe, right?
No. So basically, when I say that I come up with an ethical framework, what I'm really saying is I'm like ethics is already what it means to do right and wrong is already a thing, and I'm trying to come up with a framework to describe that thing. I'm creating the language by which we could understand, creating a form of, not the language, but a form of language how we might understand right and wrong, as opposed to, like basically, it's kind of like how...
How do you know if yours is correct?
Well, we test it with ethical frameworks and to see if it's, logically consistent, if the framework works. So
the Nazi ethical framework was logically consistent. Hardly that's not the only criteria by which you evaluate Like you can like
So
incorrect things can be consistent. Consistency is just a means of internal like
well,
consistency.
that's one of the examples of how it would have to be good. But I would say that ethics would have to be grounded in consciousness, because where there is no consciousness, there is no ethics. Basically,
Well, everyone's conscious as far as we know. So every ethical set of
well,
principles is one which is born of
no.
consciousness.
So it's more about how certain actions affect conscious beings, basically.
Okay, but
And it's
so-
also
okay, I get that, but you understand
Yeah.
what you're saying right now from a pragmatic point is that you're like you and I both have subjective, arbitrary beliefs about what is good or bad. The difference is you've convinced yourself that the creator of the universe is on your side, and I don't have that belief.
You might not be. You might not be. I could be dead wrong about what I ethically believe, but I'm trying to. It's a bit like if a scientist constructs a theory that explains a phenomenon, right? They're not, having their views dictated by the phenomena so much as they're trying to have their views dictated by the phenomena, but they'll update the views as they find problems with it. Maybe like I don't know. For example, if for example quantum mechanics didn't account for I don't know certain. Well, actually,
quantum mechanics can be tested. Ethical frameworks can't.
Yes, they can. Sure, they can.
How can you
first of
test
all,
whether one is wrong?
With hypotheticals, for example. So, for example, you would have to test it with like a rational argument. Basically, you'd have to debate bro it out pretty much. So,
like a Nazi could do that correctly, right? Like it's possible to construct a monstrous ethical framework that is consistent and can be consistent through all hypotheticals. You can only test for consistency. You couldn't test for like the actual value or the correctness of an ethical system.
Well, no, I think that if you can come up with a more rational argument, an argument that is more rational than their argument, then
what's a
you
rational
would be able to
argument in the context of an ethical framework?
Well, so one that probably makes as few sort of assumptions as possible. So if, like, for example, the Nazi in this particular case was constructing an ethical framework, but it was built on the assumption. So they were like, okay, let's assume Jews bad. And like, well, what kind of assumptions does that imply? Okay, let's assume this, and this. And then what does he mean by Jew? Okay, and then that's going to have its set of assumptions. So it should make as few assumptions as possible.
Why does it have to make as few assumptions as possible? Where is that written in the universe?
Call it moral intuition.
I'm sorry, I will not call it that, actually. You're not running away from me that easily. How do you objectively prove that an ethical framework can't make presuppositions? It has to be as simple as possible.
Well, I'm not saying objective, like it is still in a sense subjective, but in the same way that saying the sky is blue is subjective. Like I could say, for example, the sky is blue based off our current understanding of, our current framework, if you will, of color. But somebody else could just as easily say, well, based on my framework of color, the sky is actually orange.
But we're making a moral
gray.
We're making a moral statement, though. If you are willing to dispel with all presuppositions, any moral statement is as valid as any other moral statement. The only thing that you can really refer to is utility. But if utility is what you're referring to, rather than an abstract metaphysical construction of ideal ethical truth, then we're right back here in utilitarianville where I stand. But you're the one with God on their side. So the problem that I have with religiosity is that this is the unbridgeable gap. If people use faith to arrive at their beliefs, no rational argument can move them off it. If a person believes that God has declared that sodomy between a man and a man is immoral, there is literally no rational argument that can move them off of it, because I'm not God. I can tell them historical context, blah, blah. They can say, no, it's not. God just inherently believes that sodomy is bad. It says it right there. Like that, and that's it.
Well,
if they just want to say that argument is completely unfalsifiable from my perspective, I have to simply club them over the head. Tragically, this is how many religious arguments go. There's just no room to meet because there's not a common value being shared, like utility, which is how I can make appeals to people with different ethical systems within my own framework.
Well, see, that's the thing. If I could give them a rational argument that explains, no, God did not say that, and that's not what God believes, then that would be the argument that would move them off that, wouldn't it?
Do you think it's an interesting coincidence that people who are vitriolically homophobic, as opposed to just obligatorily homophobic as a product of their religion, are less likely to be convinced that the sodomy line in the Bible was only a product of historical circumstances? Like they might be moved off it.
They're also most likely to be gay. We both know this.
Whether or not people will be swayed on arguments like this, it's not about whether it's rational or not. It's about whether or not you can give them a different alternate interpretation of an arbitrary and non-falsifiable set of beliefs. It's not a reliable way of securing political allies because it's on a precipice. All they need is one bad fever dream where God tells them that actually sodomy is immoral for them to become an evangelical for the rest of their lives, you know? It's not the same as a concrete ethical position. You know? That's always my concern. How do you argue with that, right? Like from a utility perspective, there's nothing you can do. It's God. It's heaven. It's the immortal soul. It's unfalsifiable.
I guess, like, normally I would say rationality. Like, you know, if we can't defer to rationality, I guess that's like, again, I'm just deferring to that the same way that you would say, well, if we can't argue on the grounds of empiricism and things like that, then how do we do this? But if they like I said, I guess when you say we can't begin our moral or ethical prescriptions based on faith, but isn't kind of everyone sort of doing that? Like, again, we discussed how truth equals truth is essentially a faith claim, and that's something we pretty much all have to engage with.
There are necessary presuppositions, but like being a Christian is like way the fuck out there, right? Basically, like here's something I believe on faith. When I wake up in the morning in my own bed, I faithfully believe that like a shape-shifting specter who can walk through walls didn't enter my bedroom and stare at me throughout the night, then leave right before I woke up. That's something I only know on faith. I don't know that for a fact.
Damn, you're onto me. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but then I can go on and have my day, right? But that's my presupposition. Like, I'm just getting out of bed, you know? Your presupposition involves a fucking lore dump that crosses time and space to encompass all reality. It's because earlier you said the fewest presuppositions is best, but you make far more than me because you believe in God and Christ. I assume you believe in at least some of the biblical tales. Not that they're all 6,000-year-old Earth or whatever, but you have to believe in at least some of it. Otherwise, won't call yourself a Christian.
I would believe in some of it until I had moral, empirical, or other reasons to, like, if it was a story in the Bible that contradicted another story, I'd probably, okay, well, one of these two has to be wrong, sort of thing. But I think you're misunderstanding that I'm not basing my belief on God purely on just, well, I woke up one day and decided to believe in God. I do have actual reasons for why I do that. I guess, do you want to go through that argument, I guess?
You can if you like, sure.
Okay. So the main reason why I believe in God in particular is because of an argument I like to call the argument from pantheism. So pantheism is basically the idea that the universe and God are somehow equivalent, essentially. That's either the universe itself is conscious and we call that God, or that, you know, we would just arbitrarily describe the universe as God, or something along those lines, basically, or that the universe is the physical body of God, you might say. Now, so the argument from pantheism goes like this. So first, we have to define our terms. So I believe that God, as a pantheistic God, would be omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. So in order for me to know if there's a God that exists, I have to know not only that those four things are possible, but there's also something in reality we can point to that demonstrates that, right? So is there something in reality that we can point to that demonstrates even one of these definitions? So when I say omnipotent, by the way, I'm talking about having all the power in the universe. When I say omnipresent, I mean being in all places in the universe all at the same time. And when I say omniscient, I mean having all knowledge within the universe. And the reason why I stress within the universe is because I'm not appealing to power that does not exist. So, you know, God does not have to make a stone so big, blah, 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 he cannot lift it, sort of thing, because that's not a power that exists. It's logically impossible.
I mean, you can, in the same way that you can create stories to explain any natural phenomena, no? Like, the story of King Midas is an explanation for why that river had more gold in it. But that doesn't mean the story is true. Like, you can post hoc create explanations for a creation myth or a religious belief if you're looking to do so. I mean, you could call, as they did, lightning evidence of the clashes between the gods or the displeasure of them or whatever. But I don't think that's the same. Like, that's not like a scientific way of arriving at an understanding of the universe, because you have a bunch of conflicting narratives at that point.
Well, I guess so. Let me explain my argument first. So before we make any sort of claims, right, that says, that there could be these four principles I mentioned, like that could exist hypothetically, we need to look at something to say, can we point to these things and say, yes, that thing over there is omnipotent or omnipresent or whatever? And as it turns out, we can. For example, energy is itself omnipresent. Everything in the universe is made up of energy, right?
But this is the story thing that I meant, right? Like, you can point at a thing. I mean, there are areas that are devoid of energy, like, relatively speaking. If you mean
Really?
you could say gravity if you wanted to, because gravitational waves like are exhibited over the entirety of the universe. You could say like photons if you. I mean, you could do that for anything, right? Like,
Right, but it would have to be able to display all these things. So, like, the thing is this isn't a post hoc ad hoc justification, because the Bible has made a claim that there has been this invisible thing that exists everywhere all at once. It's all powerful, it's all knowing, and it's all good. It's personable. So,
but
like, the
a
fact
lot
that
of
that was
religions
made before.
claim that though.
No, not all. Like, for example,
I said
I mean,
just a
the
lot.
the Abrahamic ones do, to be sure. And I have other reasons for believing in Christianity in particular.
But if you were
Um,
to go by like, can I find evidence for this arbitrary set of religious claims? Yes, I can. Like, if you were a Hindu, you could be like, well, do we have evidence that the great god Kashnit battled like the Emperor Mathu back in the beginning of time? Well, yes, of course. Volcanoes exist, dumbass. It fits all the
Well, yeah,
criteria. A great
there's
eruption
an
of Earth,
alternative.
a cataclysmic. Well, yeah, there's another explanation to energy being all over the universe too, and that it's the fundamental force of the universe, which it is. But that's just how the universe is.
Well, yeah, but it seems a bit odd to me that a religion says, "Hey, there's this thing that's like invisible. It's everywhere. It's extremely powerful, and it knows everything," sort of thing. And at least two of those four definitions I mentioned are like scientifically pretty much like
But
confirmed,
all you
right?
would
So
need
energy
to
is.
fulfill those definitions is any fundamental property of the universe. Like I said, quarks would work. Any of the quarks, there are like a dozen of
No,
them or whatever.
I don't think
Magnetism.
quirks would work, because not all quirks exist all in like. So, for example,
They're
if there
pretty
was
much everywhere.
yeah, but like not literally everywhere, like literally everywhere, sort of thing.
No,
So
they're literally everywhere. Yeah, quark, like, if energy and matter are the same thing, which they are fundamentally, and
but
quarks
there'll
are
be
the building.
spaces between the quarks. There'll be spaces between the quarks that separate one quark from another, and
What,
that space, even that tiny little gap between them, would still
but
functionally be space where those
but
quarks do not exist.
energy is just electromagnetic radiation. Those waves are literal. Electromagnetic radiation follows literal wavelength. There are places in space where there are no wavelengths touching. It's as universal as quarks. Probably less so, actually, because if I remember correctly, there are types of quarks that bubble from the surface of space-time, create positive and negative versions of each other, and then crash into each other, canceling out. And that happens in areas where there is literally nothing. It's not so that would be an example of something existing in a truly omnipresent sense, because it doesn't even rely on energy or mass being present beforehand. It's like a fundamental property of space-time that it produces those collisions. So if anything, that might be a better example of omnipresence. You could say it's like God is actually positive and negative, I don't know, subatomic particles or whatever. But like, you could say that for a lot of stuff, right? Like, the universe just has rules that are followed all over the place.
Wait, hang on a second. So isn't everything in physical that's made up of physical reality? Isn't that made up of energy? So those quarks themselves would be energy. Like if you break down, so what are quarks made of? Like, if you keep breaking it down to its fundamental, what each thing is made out of, you hit the bedrock of it's just made of energy. Like, it's either
I don't think you can
potential
split.
energy in its physical form, or it's like kinetic energy, basically.
I don't think you can split a quark. I think those things might be proper fundamentals, and that energy is made of wavelengths of things like photons or electrons or whatever. But electrons are one of the subatomic particles. So like an electron would be like the same size as some of the quarks. I don't even know if size is like an appropriate descriptor for these things. They're like conceptually small.
The thing is, right, like, isn't like the whole E equals MC squared mean? Like, because M in E equals MC squared is matter squared times the speed of light or whatever it is. And then you get energy on the other side of that equation. So all matter contains like energy sort of thing.
Well, it depends on whether quarks, the extent to which quarks have masses. Quarks do not have a mass in the sense that an electron does, but have a mass parameter. Wait, hold on. I'm learning something. Okay, wait. Hold on. The T quark is as heavy as a whole atom of lead? How the fuck does that work? But that, okay, then...
Yeah, this is getting a lot beyond me once we're starting to
Yeah,
get into
well,
how
I
much
guess
quarks weigh, to be honest. Yeah.
the issue is just that, like, even if energy didn't exist in the way that you would call it, like, you could say this about literally anything. If you believe that, like, the God was the sun, well, congratulations, the universe is full of stars, right? Like, you could do this for anything, like any fundamental
None of
belief
those
about
things are omnipresent, though.
It
Like, 'cause at
depends
the
on
end
your
of the day,
definition of omnipresence. Like, because energy isn't omnipresent either. There's gaps in the wavelengths, and there are areas of space untouched by energy.
See, I'm not entirely sure that that's true. I have to look into that. I
But
was under the impression
gravitational
that
waves are genuinely omnipresent, because gravitational waves are a property of
wouldn't
the mesh of
gravitational be a
space-time.
way? Wouldn't gravitational waves be a sort of form of energy? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't that just be energy in a different expression? Like in the same way that kinetic energy is different from
No, 'cause
heat energy in a sense. Well, not really, but
it produces energy. It transfers types of energy into other types of energy. It's a force, not an energy. Yeah. But it's not energy in the sense that it could be.
I'm not sure what the difference between a force and an energy is. That's
Like-
the thing. Maybe
like
I
you
need
could-
to read up on that. But
You can charge a battery with energy, but a force would have to act on some other thing for it to generate energy, right? Like, gravity can't charge the batteries at the base of the Hoover Dam, but it
yeah,
can
sure it can.
propel...
You can
well,
use like some sort of counterweight perpetual motion
Well-
machine to at least have gravity play a part in it. I guess you could say.
well, gravity
Anything
can
that
force
enables a
water
force on,
through
yeah,
turbines.
gravity could force water. Yeah, exactly.
It can create pressure that forces water through turbines, but it can't itself produce energy. It has to act... The force has to act on other things.
Hang on, I'm pretty sure that's not right because isn't it like that nothing is created and destroyed and that energy is just moving from one place to another sort of thing? So the kinetic energy that exists in like, that's pushing the water down the stream is then transferred, blah blah blah, that sort of thing.
Well, but it's just a force, not the energy itself. Like, energy is just a wavelength. It's a wavelength. It can be like visible light spectrum or infrared or gamma radiation or whatever. And
I thought that energy was like the force itself, sort of thing.
Well, I mean, if you
Sounds
want,
like
you
Star
can say
Wars.
gravitational waves. But again, getting back to the fundamentals of it, like this, it's post hoc. The people who wrote the Bible just said, like, yeah, God is like everywhere. And like, depending on how people wanted to interpret it, they could have been like, oh, well, stars are God, because they're everywhere. Or like, space is God because space is everything. It doesn't have to be a physical force the way energy or matter is. Or like anything could have been, Maybe God is heat because infrared radiation is like an omnipresent force throughout the universe. And an infrared sight is what allows you to see the cosmos, like the way that the James Webb Telescope does. Like, I'm just saying, like, you
the
could...
thing is that
post
none
hoc.
of those things are either. So like, the thing is like none of those things are either personable either. So like, infrared radiation has no capacity to become conscious, right? Now you're probably going to pull me up. You're saying, hang on, are you saying energy can become conscious? I'm saying it technically can, in the sense that we human beings are made up of energy, and we human beings are conscious. So therefore, in a sense, the energy that exists within our physical forms is, in a sense, conscious.
But
So we know that energy being something, maybe an emergent property, I guess. I don't know how heavily want to commit to that.
we're in the universe, so we're going to be made up of the same stuff that's in the universe, and energy and matter is
exactly.
the whole universe. So we have to be those things too.
That's my argument.
Well,
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean there's a God. That just means that there are fundamental properties of the universe.
I'm not saying it has to technically mean that like, I will express that I probably should have mentioned this, that there is a limitation to this argument, which it doesn't definitively prove God. Now the thing is the problem is because God is God would have to be omnipresent based on what we're arguing here. That would mean that an infinite amount of facts would be relevant to whether or not God exists or not exists, right? Because if God exists everywhere, that means like everywhere and everything concerns whether or not he exists. And that would essentially mean you would have to have infinite information, of which we do not have the ability to have infinite information because we're finite beings.
It's also completely unfalsifiable. Under your framework, there would be no way to point at energy and go, see, look, it's not God.
No, that's not true. So for example, if there was like I guess, multiple different type. Like, I don't know. I guess you'd have to like falsify it in like the other definitions.
Well,
If that makes sense.
there is no way to falsify it because it's a rhetorical game. Nowhere, like even if in the Bible they had written like God is the electromagnetic radiation that spans the universe, like how do you know that claim is true? Like they could claim it even if they were hyper specific to the point of somehow jumping ahead 2,000 years in astronomical science. That doesn't mean their claims are true. It just means they claimed it, right? Like there are religions that their claims to fame were making dubious predictions about the future that ended up getting interpreted to be true. You know, there's a great land across the sea that will bring us much bounty and goodness. You know, like this thing will vaguely happen at this time. And if you like, depending on how much leeway people are willing to give, even if everything ends up being exactly the way the prophecy interpreted it to be, or like the prediction interpreted it to be, that's not an affirmation of divine power. It's just probability.
It'd be a mathematically you'd probably have one of those probability things where it's like the chance of getting that right would be 0.000 etc with like a billion zeros basically.
I
And
mean,
so
cold
there
reading
would
is a
be
thing that psychics
there would be
do.
that. I think there's a massive difference. But listen, I'm not getting into like prophecy or psychics because that's not my area of expertise. But I think predicting a prophecy that like consistently gets right. Not to say like I'm you know I'm
But
not here
where
to
is
argue
that
prophecies
prophecy,
or anything.
right?
Well, I mean, if that prophecy is that hey, there's this thing called God, it is omnipresent, omniscient,
So wait, hold on.
everywhere, etc., etc.
So literally, like, there's a god and it's everywhere has been claimed by thousands of pagan religions throughout history. It's like it's not hard to do. Like, if you're a little human on little old Earth and you have very little understanding of the natural world, the idea of like God is a god. Where is God? Everywhere. Like, I don't think that's like some incredible prediction about the future or about what science will later discover. You know, I think that's just.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that that's as probabilistically unlikely as the that sort of thing. Like I guess if I wanted to argue prophecy, I'd flip open the Bible and see which ones But yeah, I'm not. That's not my area of expertise. So
Yeah, well, I'm only saying like there are a lot of ways you can like arrive at this post hoc. It's not even to mention that you believe in the Christian God as well.
oh, that's an entirely different reason. So like, okay, if we just make let's pretend that the God debate is solved, right? Let's pretend for like that. Yep, there's a God, but we don't know which one. Well, if God exists, which God is the correct God? And now the reason why I believe in the Christian God is because basically every religion, and we sort of briefly touched on this before, that every religion in the world says if you do good things, you go to heaven or whatever their equivalent is. And if you do bad things, you go to the bad place or whatever that is. Or you just die, basically. Because technically, the idea of eternal conscious torment, a lot of Christians think that's the true one, but technically, if you read the Bible, it's pretty clear that it's not eternal conscious torment. There's a more overwhelming support for the idea that you just die, like in a nihilistic, you become nothing death, basically.
Overwhelming scientific support, or just like people choose
overwhelming
to
scriptural support. Like if you actually look at what the Bible reads, it just says that the non-believers will just die. Like they just die. There's no, but like the way that they die, they might be thrown into the lake of fire. But anyway, it's
hold on. So we know there's a lake of fire.
Well, yeah, but it kills people. That's what fire does. It burns people up. That's part of the debate. The Greek word katakaio. It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest, that in order to believe in the Bible, you have to have a degree in fucking Greek or whatever. But the word katakaio means to be burnt up completely, destroyed, nothing left of you. You are dead. And that's how they.
But you're already dead, right? If the punishment for dying and not going to heaven is being tossed into a lake of fire after you're already dead, I don't think it's that unreasonable to assume that there's something spiritual or metaphysical about the version of you that's being thrown in the lake of fire.
Basically you get reincarnated, so we get to all get together and give a big ol' "I told you so," and then you get thrown in.
Yeah, but really though, like
resurrected, not reincarnated.
If the purpose of the lake of fire was just to kill you, you're already dead. Why would they need to do that twice?
Well, because like the soul lives on or whatever. But again, that's religion, I guess. Yeah, we can debate whether or not.
Well, where does the soul live on if you're?
It's just chilling on Earth. You're just hanging around like ghosts and shit. Or I also do kind of believe in reincarnation, but that's a bit of a less orthodox kind of Christian belief.
Well, I mean, all of this is just like what you want to believe, right? The majority of Christians think you go to hell if you do bad things.
Yeah, but then most of what the Bible says doesn't. Anyway, I didn't mean to debate about like annihilationism versus eternal conscious torment. What I meant to get at in terms of the religion thing is that Christianity is unique in the sense that Christianity is the only religion that says, listen, all these religions say that if you do good things, you go to heaven, but how many good things do you have to do? How much money would you have to donate to charity in order to get to heaven? $10, $100? No matter where you draw the line, it's completely arbitrary. Unless, of course, we accept that God is omnibenevolent and omnipotent, which would mean he'd be able to create a heaven that is of infinite value, which means if you want to do good works to go to heaven, you would have to do something that is infinitely valuable, which is mathematically impossible. Well, then we're fucked then, aren't we? Because that means no one can get to heaven. Unless God was the one who picked you up and took you to heaven, because he's omnipotent, he can do that. And that's essentially what Christianity teaches, is that no one can take themselves to heaven, only God can take you there. And how do you get God to take you there? Just ask him. That's it.
So
ask him. And he's lowered the bar as low as humanly possible.
You chose Christianity because it's subjectively fit with your personal preference to not believe that God is actually an omnipresent, malevolent force that enjoys your suffering? Because it sounds like what you're describing is that Christianity sounds the nicest, but that's not really like a metaphysical argument.
It makes the least arbitrary. So, like, if we accept, if we're going
the least arbitrary is assuming there's no God at all. Energy is just energy. It's just a force.
Well, yeah, like that's what, like, again, that's why I said if we assume that this question on God is settled, I'm saying like which religion would you choose? Not is God real? Like I would use the energy argument to explain why I believe in God, but it's called the infinite ladder problem, basically, that if God told you to, drop the ladder from heaven and said, all right, climb to the top of that ladder and you'll get to heaven, mathematically speaking, you would have to be climbing an infinite ladder. You'd be climbing for an infinite amount of time and never get there, because we are finite beings and nothing finite could ever approach infinity, basically.
What if the God just created the universe and now isn't doing anything? What if it's a watchmaker scenario?
Like a deistic sort of God?
Well, I mean, plenty of pagan religions believed, as you do, with fewer presuppositions, that God is just everything, that there's just like a fundamental nature God, that stretches out to the entirety of all things, and that, you just do a dance every once in a while for the rain. I mean, if you want fewer presuppositions, there are options out there. Non-denominational spiritualism probably has the few, while still...
There are rational... Well, technically I am a non-denominational Christian, but there are rational issues for why... Well, there are rational reasons why you would say that God would have to intervene in some way and have a relationship with us, basically.
Why?
Because of the problem of evil. Because if God has to do the maximally most ethical thing,
no, he doesn't.
Is it?
You're presupposing that. Why on earth would why would God have to do things that are good?
Well, again, I guess that's part of our definition for what God is. I guess if there was like a being that created the universe but wasn't good, I would essentially say that that's not God, basically.
Well, so it's not God then. Like, wouldn't it make more sense if something as large as the entire universe created the universe, that they probably wouldn't give much of a shit about us? Total indifference would probably be the most likely deific assumption to make on behalf of
not from a pantheistic perspective, because if pantheism is true, right, which is, like you said, the majority of what these, I suppose, pagan religions, and technically Christianity involves a sort of what they call weak pantheism, but whatever, that's semantics. Under pantheism, God physically lives in our physical form. That, like, in the same way that skin cells are a part of our form.
Do you care about every skin cell?
I care about my skin, I guess.
Millions of skin cells. You have done things to your skin cells that you probably that the skin cells probably don't appreciate.
However, the skin cells aren't like conscious in that sense. Like, again, that would depending on how we're understanding consciousness.
I have a feeling that the skin cells are closer to us than we are to God, if God encompasses the entirety of the universe.
Right, but but then again, we aren't omnibenevolent, are we? God
You're
would be in this.
presupposing omnibenevolence here. Like you keep saying you believe in the fewest presuppositions, but then you keep randomly adding stuff in. Even if you were to believe that God is a representative of all energy, okay, so maybe an entity abstractly represents all of creation, and that it was in fact created by them. That they should care about us or have an ethical take on things, or even be a conscious being at all, as opposed to just some kind of, you know, grand body upon which the stage of the universe is set. Like, all these are presuppositions that you have to make. They're not innate. They're not inherent.
But then again, I guess in order to reject some of these ideas, there would be presuppositions that would come with rejecting these ideas. So, for example, if you believe, for example, that I'm wrong about the energy thing being omnipresent, well, you'd have to assume that energy isn't omnipresent, sort of thing. Or if
or just not God.
Or that, yeah, or that God, that the energy that exists, like, basically, because I don't believe that all energy so much is conscious in this, but I do believe that all energy, that, you know, once it's all together, it is at the very least definitely capable of being conscious, because energy on a small scale we know is capable of being conscious. The question is, does that scale up? That's basically the only question.
A nuclear bomb isn't conscious. Contains more energy than you or I.
Because it's, well, yeah, but did it manifest itself in the right way, I guess?
Well, how do you know that the whole universe is the right way? As far as we know, the structure of the...
That is true. That is where the limitations come in. So it's kind of just, I guess, whether or not you believe in God isn't so much like, it's basically kind of comes down to whether or not you think, does consciousness scale up or does it not? Are we the most conscious thing in the universe, or are we...
Well, no, it would just be whether or not...
Or is there like aliens?
Well,
or whatever.
You can believe in aliens and not believe in God. Believing in aliens is just a natural...
I know. I'm saying, like, you know, technically you could believe that there's more consciousness than us, but that it's not God, sort of thing.
Because that would have to operate, like, there's no scientific support for it. We do know that things can evolve to grow brains that give us something we interpret as consciousness. We see it happening basically in other animals, so it's a pretty transferable process. Kind of. We don't really know what consciousness is. So the idea that this could happen for animals and other planets isn't that surprising. The idea that the entirety of the universe is a consciousness that is all-knowing and benevolent, however, there's nothing that goes into that. That's like a totally other... Like saying that the universe in its entirety must be conscious because energy begets consciousness at a small scale and the universe is full of energy would be like saying that, like, the whole entirety of the universe smells like shit because matter at a smaller scale smells like shit in some ways, and the universe is full of matter. You know, it's like a completely arbitrary ascription of scale.
Well, it's kind of like, we know it applies, it's sort of deductive reasoning, so we know that it can happen at smaller scale, so it's very likely that again, it's not a certain argument. It's definitely the weakest part of the argument, I'm first to admit it, but it's more like, is it possible as a concept, basically?
But anything can be possible. There would need to be, like, evidence to believe it over believing other things, like that the universe isn't sentient, for which there is as much evidence as you can reasonably get outside of the idea of proving a negative, which isn't really possible.
Yeah. I guess it would involve other arguments other than just the argument from pantheism, I guess. So I guess
moralists.
Yeah, there would be other arguments. But the only other arguments I really have are, well, there's other arguments, but it doesn't really address that specific issue.
Well, it's fine. I mean, I don't think I can rationally convince you because it's a faith-based issue. I mean, I would never... This is why I generally don't talk about religion, right? It's because, like, at the end of the day, the basic building blocks of the arguments that we're applying here aren't being done on the same playing field. We're not talking to each other right now, right? Like, we're shouting at each other from two different fields. Like, I'm on the soccer field and you're on the basketball court. But we can't, like, neither of us can win at this game because there are no rational arguments for God, and I can't provide you metaphysical arguments against its existence. So we're both sort of stuck here, right?
Well, it would sort of come down to like other things like the teleological argument or the other some of those other arguments I don't like though, so I don't know if I want to bring them up. Like for example, I really hate the Kalam cosmological argument because I believe in the opposite. So another argument I would believe in is and I haven't refined it right, so I'm not interested in an argument. I'm still thinking about this one, but it's the argument from infinity, which is the idea that if the universe is infinite, it would have had to have had an infinite cause because nothing finite can cause something infinite. So therefore whatever the universe whatever caused the universe would have had to have been infinite, and it would have had to have an infinite past, and like I guess God fits that description. But again, I'm not done refining that one. So
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind
yeah,
that depending on like the time scale, infinite is kind of a matter of perspective, right? If you shine a flashlight into space, it's possible that the photons that you emit will travel literally infinitely, despite a minute amount of energy being exhausted in their production. So, I mean, it really depends on like frameworks here, you know. But we don't really understand the properties of space-time that well. So, you know, it's kind of abstract on all ends, really.
yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. At any rate, I have genuinely enjoyed this conversation. It's been going on for 2 hours, and I feel like I subject my audience to something vaguely political during the time that I'm streaming. I do appreciate you coming on very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I kind of wanted to talk abortion, but I guess doesn't matter.
No, I'm deliberately eschewing that one. I have had my fill.
Yeah, fair enough. Yep.
Be well,
All right.
and
Well,
thank you again.
thanks for having me on.
Take care, and it was a pleasure. This is a punishment to the rest of you. Do more debates. Yeah? Okay, I'll give you 2 hours of theological debate. Are you happy now? I actually enjoyed the convo. I thought that was nice. I liked him. The convo perfectly shows why I hate religion. Yeah, well, I just, you know, it's certainly my problems. God. Okay, listen. I'm gonna try to fix the autofocus thing. Just give me a second, okay? I don't know why it's being like this. Here, just give me a sec, okay? I'm still talking to you, okay? You can still hear me, right? Hopefully. Okay, so what's the issue here? Why are we doing this, huh? Okay, so if I'm zoomed out, what is the autofocus? Okay, we have to change the autofocus. Focus area wide. Focus area limit. So tracking, flexible. I don't know what any of this shit means. What if I just got rid of any focus area other than the really big one? Like so that way it can't switch, you know? Yeah, like that maybe. We'll see. Autofocus illuminator. Sure, I won't fuck with that. Area registration. What the fuck is this? What is off? Does not register focus area. What? Wait, so we're not even recognizing the focus area? Okay, so wait, yeah. Hit the FN. Okay. So if I hold. Okay. Can you guys hear me? I can't see chat. Just. What's up? Okay. Now hold on. There's one more on the exposure setting that's a little bit off. Is it ISO? No, it's not. Metering mode. Place priority exposure step. No. Is it exposure adjustment? No. Not that. Not flash. White balance custom 1. Okay, here, hold on. No! White balance custom 1. Okay. Why are we so blue? There. We're tuning the blue down. Okay? Okay. We'll see if that works. Yo, Vosh looking kind of swole, though. Yeah, I've been working out for a whole 3 days. Are we fine now? I'll bring this back if we're not fine. Do you really think leftist politics and Christianity are incompatible? No, it's not that they're incompatible. It's just that, like, leftist politics and Christianity being compatible is like leftist politics and making all your decisions on coin flips being compatible. You're deferring to some entirely separate system of judgment that, like, I can't make my regular arguments for and that I don't consider reliable. Like, maybe there's a dude who's like, yeah, dude, I'm like a fucking communist and I'm super pro-communism and I love gay people and everything's great. And, like, the only reason they're doing this is because they keep flipping coins and landing on, like, heads. But if they ever hit tails, they'll turn to a fascist or whatever. Like, that's a bit of a hyperbolic example there. But I want people to arrive at progressive arguments based on, like, empirical shit. So it's easier to argue people out of bad positions into good ones. That's, like, the main thing. Because I can't argue against the coin flip, right? Like, the coin flip is the coin flip. But as long as people are gonna be religious, which they are, hundreds of millions, billions of people world around, as long as folks are gonna be religious, it's important to have religious people on our side. For sure, for sure. And I don't think it's acceptable to go ostracizing people because they're religious either, you know? There are religious people watching right now. Probably not that many because of my aggressive anti-theism. But, like, I want the people who are watching right now who are religious to know that I don't think... I value your presence as much as any agnostic leftist. I'm happy to share beliefs with you. I just worry that, like, one day a religious argument will be made to you to pull you in a direction that I can't argue you out of because it's not based on utility, you know? What about atheists? Well, atheists theoretically shouldn't be using, like, religion to form metaphysical presuppositions. It happens, though. There are plenty of bad metaphysical assumptions people can make without religion, after all. Have you talked about the Black Hammer hostage thing? No, that's up next. Oh yeah, make sure to dono as recompense for the emotional damage done for me having probably the most prolonged theological argument I've had since I was in high school. I refuse. Wow, going to hell. Yeah, a little quoteth. You got to talk about gay Biden. Is Biden gay now? True, Annie. Galley! Happy almost birthday. Galley, my friend, my actual IRL human person friend's birthday is in 35 minutes. You can believe God exists and he's correct about ethics and is therefore utilitarian. It's not that different from you choosing to be utilitarian for non-religious reasons. No, factually incorrect. Totally wrong. The difference there is now you believe that any set of beliefs you have, even if you arrive at them through utilitarianism, are the ones that God backs up, which means that you now have a metaphysical incentive to not re-examine your beliefs. Like, it's not as though God changes his beliefs when you do, right? Like, if you update your beliefs, it's not as though God is like, oh, better catch up, you know, and, like, changes what he believes is ethical. It's like an incentive to stay the way you are.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see.
Yeah, Galley, we have confetti. No. Anya, thank you for the $20. Good convo. It's good to get a refresher on their arguments. No, yeah, it's fun. Well, of course, most religious people aren't going to be cool and sensible like that guy.
We'll see who
You had a pretty long Christian convo with that anti-anal JLP dude. Hake? Yeah, but that was hardly, like, a real theological convo, right? Like, not really. Do you think religion is something that's going to be evolved out socially, or is it a permanent thing we have to deal with? I have no idea. I don't know. Some form of Durkheimian religiosity is always going to be present in human behavior, but whether or not spiritualism and metaphysics are, I don't really know. It's impossible for me to say. I don't know. Maybe they were talking about this Biden? Hold on. Oh, whoops.
I want you to run again.
They want me to run.
2/3 say they
Read the
don't.
polls. Read the polls, Jack. You guys are all the same. That poll showed that 92% of Democrats, if I ran, would vote for me.
A majority of Democrats say they don't want you to run again in
No.
2024.
92% said if I did, they'd vote for me.
I fucking love Biden so much, dude, because like he's so mellow most of the time, but he was the one who challenged the fucking push-up contest, remember? Like if you catch him on one of his bad synapse days, fucking yeah, Dark Brandon's gonna walk over to you and deck you, you know?
Primary voters want a different nominee. 2/3. If you break it down by age, 94% of Democratic primary voters under the age of 30, 94% say they don't want Biden. That is a stunning number.
Yours,
Hey, guys.
woke moralists.
I
We'll see who cancels who.
don't want to come across as super annoying, but do you guys remember back in 2020 when I said that the game plan would be to get Biden in office because the Republicans are going to go fucking sicko mode with fascism, and that Biden will underperform and fail to fix America's problems, and that disillusionment with his performance is going to radicalize people and lead them to be more distrustful of the Democratic Party? Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when I was there? Yeah, I remember that. Yep. Trust the plan. Speaking of prophecy. Vostradamus, true.
Yes.
I mean, he swept his grandchildren, but other than that, I mean, like, I mean, 94% don't want him, who are, again,
94%.
Democrats under the age of 30. Yeah. Nearly 2/3 of Democratic primary voters.
Well, this isn't quite Biden being gay, but it's still pretty good, yeah. This is from like a week ago, I think. Yeah, oh yeah, from 6 days ago. Yeah. I was talking about how gay made gay marriage perma-legal. Oh, that hasn't happened yet. Oh, right, the gay marriage thing, yeah. Gay marriage House bill. I actually do think there's a little bit of good news here. The House passed a bill to nationally protect same-sex marriage. And it passed. Yeah, it ain't passed the Senate, though. U.S. House overwhelmingly approved legislation to protect same-sex and interracial marriages. Oh, I didn't know interracial marriages were in there, too. Concerns Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe v. Wade abortion access. And the vote was 267 to 157. Now, of course, every single no vote was Republican, obviously. But 47 Republicans did join the Democrats, which is actually more than I expected. I will admit. You know, if they dropped the filibuster, they would only need 50 votes in the Senate. They might actually be able to get it. But of course, Democrats will never drop the filibuster, so they're going to need 60. My face when interracial marriage wasn't protected by law in America until now. Yeah, it was only protected through Supreme Court ruling precedent. What is this? Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Dude, I'm so much hotter now. What the fuck? Oh my god. God damn. A lot of it's good lighting. If Biden wins, I'm going to be like, all right, guys, time for us to move everyone leftward. And people are going to be, every time Biden does something bad, which will be every day, people will be like, Vosh, you supported this guy? And I'm going to be like, yeah, so now we show the libs that he's fucking up and we can move them to the left. And they'll be like, you supported this guy, Vosh? You supported this guy? And I'm going to be like, yeah, this is a radicalizing opportunity, and they're gonna be like, they're fucking idiots. That's the real difference. I would have said retarded now. Back then, I said idiots, but I would have said retarded now. Random question, Vosh, your keloid's growing back? Not yet. Don't jinx it. It might eventually. You were still on Twitch. I think you could say retard on Twitch. Can you? I don't really know. I don't really know anymore. Hey, Zan. Howdy, howdy. Think the bill's going to pass in the Senate? I can't say. Probably not. Might not come up on the Senate calendar for a while, unfortunately. Wait, how long? Durbin says it'll be tough to schedule votes in the Senate on bills protecting gay marriage, contraception, given the packed calendar. Yeah, naturally. Very unimportant stuff. I miss your PragerU takedown. Oh, I was getting, there were a ton of people that I saw. Maybe not a ton. I'm over-exaggerating. I'm being a whiny baby. There were a decent number of people in the Discord and in the comments under my last couple of VODs who are complaining about the quality of my streams lately. There are some criticisms that I understand, and there are some criticisms that I really, really don't get. In terms of general, like, presentational style, like charisma, being funny, stuff like that, I feel like I've only gotten better. Totally subjective, by the way. I know I don't scream as often as I used to, but consider that a gift to my roommates, if nothing else. You know, that's just me being considerate. I feel like in those respects, it's been pretty uphill. In terms of like the content that I do, it varies a lot. You know, I know people miss the debates. I do want to get back to doing debates. You know, it's just very difficult to get like the really spicy stuff sometimes. It can be tough. Especially since I'm sensitive to like the crazy grifters who are just like, it does not, like, they don't give a fuck about what they or I say. They just want to be on the stream for the attention or notoriety. And I don't like that shit, you know. I don't want to give those people the time of day, because it's like I'm not doing anything there except for being the platform that they use to get attention. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really like the group debates either. The hippy dippy ended, and I don't think that'll affect me that much, because I don't think I was going to do stuff like that much more anyway. Because, oh god, this feels like so conceited or whatever, but it's like Republicans are literally laying the groundwork for ending democracy. And then it's like, all right, time to talk with a bunch of other people, three of whom are, because they had to be found to provide the debate. Like, three of them are just like arbitrarily evil or have like the objectively wrong take on this. And now get in the 4-hour Thunderdome where you do nothing but signal boost their positions for comedic and entertainment value, you know? And you're like, and the only thing that I feel like when I'm sitting there is like, I'm trying to think of like a good comparison or whatever, but it feels like whatever kind of performative theater it is, it doesn't feel like an appropriate kind. Like if these were on totally like meaningless subjects or stuff that wasn't that like pressing right now, I think it could be more fun. So, like, for example, the idea of having, like, a group debate convo but with, like, some other lefties about, like, some contentious left debate issues, I think that could be fun, because I don't feel like I'm providing a spectacle out of giving attention to them. It feels like a kind of fucked up, like, reverse minstrel show, where the group that's suffering is not the group that's being minstrelized, you know? And it's like conservatives are up there with, like, clown pants and, like, giant hats or whatever, and they're like dancing and I'm throwing tomatoes. And then I look back and like the people who are suffering aren't the conservatives, it's us. Because conservatives are getting to do what they like to do most, which is wear clown pants and dance while tomatoes get thrown on them, you know? So like there's no harm. And it's not like a 9-person debate is like the avenue for me to provide my best arguments on a subject, you know? That's always going to come from non-debates, you know? Yeah, fuck, I don't know. The one debate we did recently that I'm really fond of in retrospect was the debate that was with that professor dude who was anti-trans women or whatever. Because there was an argument that I got out of that I've later refined, and I feel like the argument is like a perfect argument now. I feel like I have it down perfectly, right? You know? Which argument? The agua, when I aguad all over his face. What argument? The trans water? Okay, but it's like a better trans water argument, okay? Here's the argument now, as I understand it, okay? So, transphobes often argue on the idea that woman is like an innate, set in stone concept referring to like gametes or something, because they can't say like it's when you have like tits or pussy, because you can grow tits or pussy now, you can do magic, you know, whatever. It's like gametes and chromosomes or whatever, you know, like an innate thing. And then so naturally my argument is like, okay, well, what if there's more social utility to including people who are like Blair White and a woman? Like if you can get people on a very basic like gatekeepy trans medicalist acceptance of women as part of an argument in favor, like that's better than total like rejection of trans identity, right? Like something, you know, like, okay, so if people who are totally pass as a woman can be considered a woman, then maybe like, what about here? What about here? And then you get people to the total like arbitrarity of the concept, right? But the argument is this, okay? So the argument is about like the semantic and totally arbitrary and flexible nature of language. And it's about water, okay? Are you ready for it? Okay. So imagine you have two people, right? It's me and it's you. The chat is like collectively a person. Wow, you're so handsome. Congratulations. Okay. And I'm like, hey, do you want this water bottle? And you don't trust me. So you're like, what's in this water bottle? Why are you giving it to me? And I'm like, oh, it's just water. Don't worry about it. They smile and hand you the water bottle. Okay. And you're like, okay. And you drink the water bottle. All right. Now here's the thing. Okay. Here's the trick. I lied to you. It's not just water. Inside that water bottle are actually several parts per million of trace minerals that get added to every water bottle produced by that company to promote teeth health. You know, there's like a little bit of basic mineral additive to maintain proper flavor and dental health. Now, jokes aside, if I pointed that out to you, did I lie to you when I said it was just water? Like really, right? So when I said it's just water, did I lie? In a semantic sense, no. No one in reality would ever say that was a lie. No one would ever say that. I mean, there are people saying yes right now because I'm like playing it up for the sake of the argument, but like in reality, no human would consider that a lie. Like nobody's ever like been said, here's a thing, but it's wrong because you didn't give the molecular composition of every atom in it. That's like really dumb, right? So, okay, imagine the same scenario over again, second time. You know, I hold out the water to you, and you're like, what's in it? And I'm like, oh, it's just water, okay? And you drink it. And I did lie to you again, okay? In that water is several parts per million of cyanide, a lethal amount, actually, and you die. Now, did I lie to you when I said it's just water? Well, now you're dead, so you can't really answer. But now your ghost is there, okay? Your ghost is talking to me now. Did I lie to you when I said it's just water? Everyone would believe yes. Literally everyone. Yeah, you laced it with poison. It's not just water. The question is, why was the latter a lie and the former not? In both cases, the parts per million of non-water was the same. The amount of water per volume of liquid was identical in both cases. Utility, right there. Because it wasn't just whether or not it was water, it was whether it would serve the purpose of water. That's it. When people hear it's just water, they're not actually asking, is it the chemical water in its entirety? They're asking, does it serve the purpose of water? Is it functionally water? Will it do what I expect it to? It's shared communication. You're actually making assumptions on both ends, right? We do this all the time for like a ton of things, right? What flows through rivers? Water does. But like, not really. Water in a river is like 5% sediment, sometimes more. But we still say it's water because when we say it's river water or water flows through the river, you know what the other person means. But here's the other thing. If you were to bottle river water and give it to another person saying it's just water and they drank it and they spat it out because it's river water, you would have lied to them. So it's water in the river, but it's not water in the water bottle, is it? It's dirty water. Because water in a water bottle is supposed to be clean. So when you say it's water, you're not really saying it's water. You're saying it's water in line with the service expectation and functionality that you would expect of water in a water bottle. This is a linguistic game we do like 24/7 all the time. Without realizing it. It's just like a basic, yeah, potable water, but not just potable water, right? There are other changes that you could make to that water that are potable, makes it potable, but you'd still be like, what the fuck is this, you know? There are other things that you could do. Potable water can have trace amounts of your urine in it, couldn't it? Yeah, it could. There are so many little presuppositions that we make when it comes to like what things are, and you can lie while telling the truth, can't you? Right? What's that in the river? Water. True. What's this in the water bottle? Water. False. This is river water. I think this is remarkably interesting. There are no like firm lines anywhere here. It's just like an abstract language game. Now, with all of this being established, woman refers to gametes and hormones, and that's all it means? Really? So water, a definitive molecular compound that can be observed in reality as an empirical thing, has a bunch of different definitions depending on its use and value and utility. Water is a molecule. You can test scientifically whether something is water or not. It's not some arbitrary concept like, you know, a woman refers to something. No, water refers to water. That's what it means. And still, even with water, it can be this like really contextual language game. But with woman, we're just supposed to believe it's like, oh, it's biology and that's that, you know. It's just this, you know. Now, you can't always make this argument directly to a conservative, but you guys, is this not valuable? For me personally, I think understanding this is a phenomenal tool in the understanding how to break these like linguistically prescriptivist conservative arguments. I think that's it's very powerful. Again, like you can't just like sit a conservative down and do like the 5-minute rant at them. I do think you can do some back and forth though, because you would ask them the questions. Ask them, am I lying when I say this is water when it just has the trace minerals? No. Am I lying when I say this is water and it's got cyanide? Yes. Why? And here's the thing. They cannot engage in linguistic prescriptivism without like while still answering that question. You see? Answering that question, how something can be true or false when describing empirical molecular structures depending entirely on utility, and only being asked whether something is water, they cannot answer that without cracks opening in their argument. Yeah, okay, so I'm rambling now, but that's yeah. I thought about this after, and I got some helpful emails, and I think I think that's very yeah. This is a better argument than the Aqua one. The thing that frustrated me about the Aqua thing is that he didn't like bite, right? Like, language doesn't involve perfect translations from culture to culture. They're like different words that we translate between different cultures can mean different things in subtle and sometimes really obvious ways. So like if the definition for a woman translates into woman for another culture or another time period, but that version of woman has different parameters, like how do you say which one is objective and which one isn't, you know? The only point that I was trying to arrive at, which he didn't like engage with, because I think he's literally like a hardline definitional prescriptivist who doesn't believe words can change, which is insane. But I wanted to get him on like the linguistic ambiguity, like the language game kind of thing, you know? But that's okay. That whole argument, I think, was me like tearing his arguments to shreds, or like that whole convo was me tearing his arguments to shreds, I think. So I don't feel bad about that at all. But don't we differentiate between mineral water and distilled water? Yeah, but they're both water, aren't they? And if somebody asked you for water, would they tell you that you did something wrong if you brought mineral water or distilled water to the absence of the other? It's all language games. We may be able to define differences between these things, but that doesn't mean there aren't overlapping categories. And so much ambiguity, you know? So much ambiguity. For sure, Rivera Life, yeah. Yeah, I agree, funny rhetorician, 100%. Another example of the ambiguity of language would be that we refer to gold, even if it's low carat gold. So even if a gold is like an alloy that is less than 50% gold, people will still call it gold rather than the other component in the alloy, even if it represents more than 50% of the composition of the metal, you know? The only reason gold is what's being referred to there, like 10 karat gold or whatever, the only reason it's being called gold there is because we consider gold more valuable than the other thing that's in the alloy. But that's like an arbitrary, because we're usually talking jewelry. So this isn't like for industrial purposes or whatever. We're saying like, yeah, this is 10 karat gold as opposed to like 14 karat some other thing, with gold being the additive, because the gold is what we're after. But that's like an arbitrary social preference. Why then do we call it gold? Well, maybe terms refer to arbitrary social preferences and not to fundamental reality. You get me, you get me. Water and steam are both water, but water is not steam. Yeah, if a person asks you to get water and you bring ice, people be like, what the fuck? Why'd you bring me ice? They meant water, but ice is water, obviously, you know? Likewise, if someone asked you to bring them ice and you brought water, so much of language is not about objective reality. It's about common understandings. Read Wittgenstein. I swear to God, this dude was on the ball for like everything. Language is about a communication game that people play with each other, where we have shared understandings of culture and shared understandings of culture and environmental context, and we use that to implicitly, quietly agree on things that are loaded presuppositionally in the terms we use to describe them. Where does a river begin or end? Well, you know what? I have no fucking idea. How long is the U.S. coastline? Is it like the west coastline? Is it 1,200 miles if you just draw a line on a map? What if you trace a line across every single grain of sand that is above the water line? You could get hundreds of thousands of miles. Which one is the correct one? It's literally not possible to tell. If you wanted to, you could break it down to the molecular structure of the grains of sand that are just above the water line, and it would be changing by millions of miles every second. You know, it would be just totally, it would be like a 27-digit counter that changes so quickly you can never see any of the numbers on it. Like, it's just totally out there. There's just no way to know. Yeah, there's just so much sound. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, we kind of rambled for a bit and had a prolonged conversation there. How are we all doing, huh? Huh? We still have the title of the stream title. Well, there isn't that much news, like, right now. I talked about the gay and interracial marriages being protected going through the House, but there's not, like, that much to say there. I'll talk about the Black Hammer thing in a second. I have the window open. The Iron Dice podcast is great. Yeah, it is. Stray? No. Did you talk about AOC getting arrested? Yeah, I did. Are you going to finish Pathologic 2 on stream? Nope. Pathologic is not a great stream game because it would basically... I love talking with my chat, but that game would require me to, like, read out loud character voices 24/7. Like, the whole... Did you? Pathologic? I played, like, 2 minutes of Pathologic on stream before chat agreed with me that it wouldn't be a good game to play. Because I can't talk with you. I have to read out the essays of dialogue every time you talk with somebody. Play a game? I'm not playing a game right now. We're talking. We're talking. I've pretty much always been an atheist, big XOC. Can you please add more dono sounds? The Jordan Peterson one was always going to get annoying, yeah. Musical cues, I think, are always going to be the best dono sounds. I'll play around with it more. I need to get, like, the randomizer working properly. I am not playing Stray. Why don't you bully people like the Quartering or PragerU more to force a debate or push harder for discrediting them? Because they're not going to debate me, and it doesn't matter. It's like boring. The Quartering will never come on for a debate, so I get bored. Like, yeah, he never, ever will. Also, to be honest with you guys, I don't really do the debate bro thing. Where like, you like that? Come on for a debate then, won't you? Like, the only times I do that generally is if somebody makes like a direct attack against me and is also a public figure. But for the most part, I'm usually pretty okay with like just letting people come on if they want. How do you deal with leftist friends who are cringe about race issues, like thinking whitey should shut the fuck up? If you're white, have sex with them. That's what they really want. All racist people secretly want to have sex with the races they're racist against. It's really fucked up. That's on them, not you. For real? Yep, for real. How'd you like Dee's dono sound of your voice? I'm glad he likes it. I know, Levy. We've gone over that. You should debate Adam Friended again. That's how I turned socialist. I don't think Adam Friended would. Well, there's this Sitch and Adam thing, but like they're such bitches, you know? They never just like reach out or talk or whatever. They'll never come on my stream. But they make like 28-hour video streams about me. Your ReZero take is trash? No, it's not. ReZero is super fucking gay. Madam and bitch, true. Everyone is bitches when it comes to debating you for real. Yeah, that's probably true. Adam and Sitch are dumbasses, lol. Oh yeah, they're really dumb. The Keffel's Destiny. I don't follow the drama. I'm sorry. I saw one clip on Twitter of Destiny saying something I don't even remember, because the only thing that I remember is that my voice was the dono noise, and it played like twice. So, I guess I'm always over there on his stream. I've spoken to anime nerds who have confirmed Vosh's take on ReZero is bad. Alright, listen, okay, I need to hit you guys with a fundamental truth, and this is your fault for bringing it up, okay? So don't complain about the anime stunlock, alright? Are you ready for it? Listen up, okay? Any anime in which a totally fucking mediocre dude has women crawling all over him sucks. Your disgusting, pathetic, weeb, power fantasy, wish fulfillment bullshit did not work on me when I was a kid, and it doesn't work on me now, okay? It is so fucking boring. It's so fucking dumb. Also, it's immoral, because it teaches you losers that you don't have to put in any work other than being sarcastic and familiar with video game tropes in order to have incredibly hot fantasy chicks crawling down your pants, okay? It's bad morally, alright? What is so difficult? What is so difficult? What about Evangelion? I don't think this is applicable to Evangelion even remotely. Nor Fully Cooley. I saw that in chat too. I don't think these are even remotely similar, in my personal opinion. Yeah, I'm sorry. This it's just so fucking dumb, dude. Holy fuck. Just make the dude cool. Why? Like, I understand that they deliberately make protagonists in these like isekai anime like really uninteresting, so that it's easier for you losers to project onto them. Just make the protag cool, and they can do whatever they want. If you will infuse your protagonist with even a little bit of charisma, and I would be okay with them fucking all the anime chicks. They can build a harem for all I care. But give me, like, some bit of plausible deniability. Give me something, you know? Konosuba? I don't mind Konosuba. You know why? Because in addition to it actually being funny, well, I mind the creepy lolicon pervert shit. But you know what? They make the interactions between the main cast are played primarily for comedy, and also they're all obviously bad people. You know, ReZero. I feel like ReZero is how you get those boyfriends who take the trash out once a month and then get mad when their girlfriend won't put out for it. Like fucking whatever the fuck the guy's name is like constantly fucking up and is like so shit, and all the girls around him are like, don't worry, Isekai-chan, you Subaru, right? Isekai Subaru-kun, you did your best. It was really cool how you did nothing the whole time, but you gave me a speech about how I shouldn't be insecure about the size of my breasts right before I defeated the villain for you. Thank you. You got anime titled like, I died, and I can't believe the isekai world I teleported into is an MMO where every girl is my 12-year-old sister who doesn't wear panties. And then, like, every episode will be, like, all the fucking girls that are all his 12-year-old sister or whatever, like, with no self-esteem. And then the pro tag will be like, believe in yourself. And then all of them will start, like, make their personality worshipping him. Anime is so bad. It's so bad. It's such a terrible fucking medium. It's so bad, dude. Oh my god. Okay, but am I not right? Okay, you guys know that I'm not like I'm on the ball with this, right? You know, like, if you've watched any anime, you know what I'm referring to here. But One Piece, yeah, they're a good anime. It's just, as a genre, there's some fucking problems, man. It's got some issues. If it's so bad, why do you watch it? I don't watch anime like I died in the Isekai war MMO world I teleported into as every girl is my 12-year-old. I don't watch those animes. I browse my anime list, and I see the fucking cover art for all the light novel adaptations, and I form instant judgments on the quality of the anime based on what I look at, and I'm right every time. Just because you're right doesn't mean you're hurting us. Oh, God. What if we like trash? Whatever, man. Whatever. Go, just... Did you watch Serial Experiments Lane? Wait, is that the one that I'm thinking of? This isn't the one I'm thinking of, right? This is the one that I've been meaning to watch. Yeah, this is the one I've been meaning to watch. I haven't seen it, no. I've heard that it's really good. Sorry, for a second I thought you were referring to the one where that cat girl pisses herself and goes retarded. Fuck, what was that one? She has like ghost knives and she pees. What's the Elfen Lied? That's still the worst anime I've ever seen in my entire life. I genuinely think that the people who made that should be put to death. That's an actual political belief that I hold. Like, it's insane. Every once in a while, I have, like, a flashback to watching an episode of that in college with, like, my fucking friends and roommates. And I remember watching it. And I oh, God. Even worse than SAO. I've never actually seen SAO, but probably worse, yeah. Does SAO have a scene where the sexualized underage surrogate sister cat girl goes retard mode, flops on the ground, then pisses herself in a sexualized shot? I couldn't believe that, man. Yeah, it does? Okay, well, never mind. They're both in there. They're both going to hell. All right. It's anime! Guys, for those of you who don't watch anime, you mean the underage little sister in lingerie flops on the ground and pisses herself in a sexualized shot? Dude, that's in, like, every anime this season. That's like all over the place, you know? That's, like, standard shit. Fairy Tail is garbage too. Yeah, I got that from like the first 30 seconds of a clip I watched on YouTube. No, I haven't seen Made in Abyss. Every time someone fucking recommends Made in Abyss, they're like, okay, listen. This is literally the most yikesy shit I've ever seen in my life. However, it's really good. And you could sell it to me a bit better than that, I have to say. You could do a better job making the argument. Teletech, I've never read any book in my life. I'm illiterate, I couldn't say. What do you think about Castlevania as a show? I really liked Castlevania. I thought the first season on its own was like better than everything that came after, but the stuff that came after was still pretty good, in my opinion. Hey, soaked on left. Yeah. Season 1 was better than season 4 to you? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I still think the best character in Castlevania was Dracula. I still think they nailed it perfectly with that. Like, that was the best they got, you know? Don't get me wrong, I like all the show, but there's something about the way they handle him. Fuck, man. I think the main thing... Don't know, I like the rest of it. I'm not saying I don't. I like it a lot, actually. I just really like the first season. You know what I like the most about it, though? I like the most... the thing that I liked the most about it was the fact that they were unashamed with their portrayal of Dracula. They were like, the people in the room at the design meeting were like, hey, do you think it'd be too stereotypical to literally just make Dracula like the most Dracula? Like everything? Like just make everything about him fully Dracula? And they were like, no, actually, that's exactly what we're going for. And then they did it. We don't want less Dracula, okay? We want more Dracula. We want him to be the most brooding, most Dracula vampirist vampire there is. And that's it. We don't want anything different. So they did it. And it's really good, you know? I love him so much. I love my broody boy. I love him so fucking much, dude. I feel like the thing that really made Dracula cool with his brooding in the first season was the fact that they didn't try to make it look not pathetic. Does that make any sense? Like, he's a broken man, his wife is dead, and like he looks really cool up there, but it's obvious that he's having a pathetic sulk. And they don't like try to take away from that. They're aware of the fact that he's like an ancient immortal being that's sulking on top of a throne, and like he sounds whiny whenever he talks to people, and they just roll with it. And I appreciate that. They didn't try to like lie to the audience and go like, actually, it's super cool and badass and edgy the way he's acting like a 14-year-old, you know. Yeah, I like that. I really, really, really appreciated that. Have you seen Hunter x Hunter? Yeah.
Up yours.
This Dracula? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We'll see who
I do admit I also have a deep fondness for vampires as a fantasy creature. But I really, really like original vampires, you know? I don't like all of the new vampires because I think there's still so much you can do with the old vampires, you know? Because they live forever and go insane? No, because like nowadays there are a lot of like new vampire interpretations, like the Vampire Diaries, Twilight is a big one, like the Anne Rice series or whatever, where vampires are like basically like they're part of like a cool secret society, right? Like that's a lot of it. That's like a big part of the modern interpretation of a vampire, you know? Okay, yeah, Morbius, yeah, but what about Into the Shadows? Well, Into the Shadows is great, don't get me wrong. But it's still, they're still like cool, comedy cool, with a secret society, right? Did you watch Buffy? I've seen some stuff from Buffy, but I haven't like really watched the show. Are you guys following me? Because I'm trying to make a point here, right? The original point, as I understand it, the origin of vampires in like the public imagination was a way of capitalizing upon the fear and the power of the old aristocracy. So post-industrial revolution, you know, the aristocracy is no longer the major force in the world. Now it's the industrialist. The really powerful people are the people who are capable of like facilitating the creation of the modern economy. So it wasn't just rich people. The vampires were like the old aristocrats, like ancient mansions built centuries ago in like, you know, decaying backwaters of old feudal properties. And that's why vampires followed like a bunch of old rules. You can't enter houses without being invited, like stuff like that, because it was meant to be kind of like a hyped up horror version of how the aristocrats had their own like code of nobility, you know? Like the old aristocracy had their like weird old money kind of thing. The point of vampires wasn't that they weren't meant to be like rulers of the world. The point is that they're the old power. They're falling out. Maybe they used to have like big empires of enslaved humans or whatever, but now they're sitting in these like castles that are falling apart, just sort of withering, you know? So obviously when it comes to something as like universal as vampires, we're talking about there have been like a million interpretations, but the themes that I'm describing right now, I really like. Vampires that are ancient, brooding because they have aristocratic virtues, you know, easily slighted, confused by the modern world. I like that too. Like a vampire should be confused by the way things are now, you know? And the reason they're bloodsuckers, as I understand it, is because that's what people thought of the old aristocracy, you know? The old aristocracy were the wealthy who did nothing for their wealth. They were parasites of the serfdom. Whereas at that time, modern robber barons and industrial leaders, of course, as socialists, we think of them the same way, but they were at least productive forces. Oh, dude. Actually, the idea of vampire reimagined as like a Gilded Age robber baron that would actually be really cool. Like a vampire that instead of it being like a decaying Victorian mansion, it would be like a Detroit like old factory, like when the automotive industry fell out. Like it would be some like ancient like oil baron or like coal factory, like something like that. And it would be like the tropes of vampirism kind of transcribed onto, you know, the aesthetics and that could actually be really cool though. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that could actually be really, really cool. You know, but you would have to update the vampire aesthetic, because this doesn't work if you're trying to make a horror villain out of like a Gilded Age robber baron. You know, they wouldn't look like this. They wouldn't act or talk like this. They wouldn't have all those old rules and expectations. They would have like there would be something that's meant to be representative of all the harm and decay associated with those types of rulers. You'd have to be careful not to fall into the anti-Semitic side of vampire tropes when you go about modernizing them. Personally, in my personal opinion, I feel like dodging the anti-Semitism shit with vampire tropes is really easy. In my opinion, I feel like you have to try pretty hard to be thinking of Jews when it comes to like vampire mythology in general. Like I know it got woven in sometimes, but I feel like you have to ascribe that pretty hard. You know what I mean? One of the main things that like doesn't translate is that vampires are never bankers. Ever. The direct handling of money is not something a vampire would ever care about because vampires are primarily concerned with status. So all the old tropes against Jews don't really overlap with, like, you can if you want, right? But like I don't think it's like an immediate natural transference of stereotype. Yeah, well, of course, if you had like a robber baron vampire, they would love money. So I guess you would have to figure out how to think of that responsibly, yeah. Like, obviously, any like oil baron, like Rockefeller style vampire would, of course, be obsessed with wealth because, I mean, yeah, right. So I would have to think of that. I would have to. Yeah, I'd have to think of it. Yeah. I didn't know about anti-Semitism, but I thought it was homosexuality undertones with people like Crimea and OG Dracula. Well, a lot of it is kind of like a faffy thing. See, stories and tropes about the old aristocracy being homosexual aren't really new. They predate vampires. The idea in the minds of a lot of common people was that the serfs, the serfdom, were God-fearing, hard-working, honest people who followed God's laws. And then a lot of aristocrats were like these decadent, like they would like pour wine on each other and drink the wine, like the way people would paint like Romans during the fall of the empire, right? That was like a smear often thought against the old aristocracy. Because keep in mind, a lot of aristocrats, well, almost all of them, weren't a part of the royal bloodline, like obviously the peasants wouldn't go about like screaming from the top of their lungs, yeah, my local lord is actually like a sodomite or whatever, because they might get a little bit beheaded for that. But a lot of the aristocrats were appointed back then. I mean, it would be like a general would do well in a war and they would be given like landed property, stuff like that. So the aristocracy could be made up of lots of people. And, oftentimes the peasantry didn't like them, and they would wear the frilly collars, and, the peasants would have 2 linen shirts, and the aristocrats would have these fancy threads they got in France or Italy or something. And, it leads into, like, arguments against decadency and stuff like that. Is there no distinction between a capitalist caricature and a Jewish caricature? I feel like you need more than greedy rich person for it to be anti-Semitic. Oh no, I agree. I agree completely. I actually think the big distinction between an anti-Semitic like vampire trope and like a robber baron Rockefeller type vampire trope would actually, believe it or not, be posture. In virtually all anti-Semitic depictions, the Jew is hunched forward greedily. But in almost all depictions at the time of the robber barons, they had their chests thrust forward and their hands posed confidently. The robber baron does not touch money themselves. That's the job for the legions and legions of people beneath them who operate their industries. The robber baron, again, in the propaganda mind, the robber baron is an architect of the future, a visionary. They're the person who goes to the World's Fair and shows off their new refrigerator model. They're the person who builds the cars, the assembly lines, it's an endorsement of Elon Musk is the modern example. It's the tropes are associated with an endorsement of the perceived ingenuity, bravery, and worksmanship of these guys. None of this applies to anti-Semitic stereotypes where they're always portrayed as greedy, conniving, that kind of stuff. You get what I'm talking about, right? I don't recall Quoteth, I'm afraid. What about an old oil tycoon vampire clinging on to a dying oil industry as it destroys the earth? The key thing, the industry has to be like decaying properly. For me, the big ones would be Western automotive industries. That's a big one. Like, they hollowed out the Rust Belt, That's a big one. Coal mines, like a lot of stuff having to do with coal. Though we still use coal all the time, the way we use it has changed tremendously. And another big one, honest to God, somebody in chat said this earlier, and big shout out. The idea of shopping mall vampire can be done in a very cringe way, or can be done in a very cool way, because I think like 99 times out of 100, that's going to be like really cringy social commentary. But I think if done properly, it could actually be really, really, really good. Think of it as kind of like an urban legend myth tale. Imagine you have a mall that used to be like the center of a community that dies because malls are dying right now, and the death of that mall spreads like a curse, So now adjacent properties start going out of business, shuttering their doors and windows and what have you. And, the rumors are some figure stalks the place, and it's like this expanding range of the death of like 1980s consumerism. What would that look like? What is 1980s consumerism? It's not neon clothing, okay? That's the yoga stuff. We're talking, fuck, are we talking like Patrick Bateman? I think we're talking Patrick Bateman. We're talking Patrick Bateman with a phone the size of a book and a lot of cocaine. I think we are. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a guy in like a really like clean gray suit who does a fuckload of cocaine. Yeah, 1980s materialism is dying. It is. People use the internet now. That could be really cool. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street type shit, you know, but consumerism, not just stock market stuff. Stock market's still going strong. Vampire newspaper tycoon. Ooh, you're right. Print is also dying. Ah, shit. Yeah, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that I just like the vampire archetype, you know? You know what I mean? I just like, but literally as a vampire. Like, sure, drink blood, you know? But I like the archetype. I hate the zombie story. Any story that involves a bunch of people turning into zombies, deeply reactionary, you know, in a psychosocial sense, you know. The fear of zombies is the fear of the public, not of the elite, you know? In the zombie apocalypse, the zombies are the manifest antagonism, a fear of people at large, of population spaces, of the proletarian, you know? In the end of the zombie apocalypse, the survivors wander the ruins of city streets, occupied only by shambling masses. And what are they but the proletarian you were smarter than? I believe this. I do. I do believe on a fundamental level there's something almost Protestant work ethic-ish about the vampire... Sorry, not the vampire, the zombie story. You know, you have... Because the end state of the zombie story is one in which a small group of... how would you put it? Exceptional individuals who manage to avoid the zombies, unlike the rest, you know, wander and try to make ends meet in spite of the remainders. Now, that's not to say that all zombie stories are bad. I've loved plenty of zombie games, stories, whatever. I just think that on a fundamental level, there's something... This is crackpot media analysis. Good. If you disagree, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm only sharing my opinion here. No. I'm only sharing my opinion. This is just, it's a feeling, you know? Horror stories are meant to play upon fundamental discomforts that we hold. And I feel like they come from different places sometimes. You know, it's not like a direct one-to-one thing. It's just a vibe, you know? One of the reasons I like the vampire stories is that they are only ever manifest of hatred and disgust and fear towards the elite. That's always the case. The vampire is always of the elite. You know, well, actually, there are modern interpretations where that's not the case, and it's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of, you know, Vampire Diaries and so on and so on, because it's like, okay, well, now vampires are everywhere, right? But no, the vampire is not just a person afflicted by the blood-drinking curse. They are the decay of the aristocracy. They are the decay of the old institution. I like that personally, but this is my preference. I'm picking. This is my preference. Maybe somewhat Strahd Cumsock, but I feel like after the modern sexual liberation movement, it's much easier to look past the vampiric associations with sexual degeneracy. After all, again, Dracula is the most Dracula in Castlevania, and I don't think anything in his portrayal is meant to evoke a kind of disgust at effete, foppish, you know, homosexual deviancy. I think that can be worked around, personally. Are werewolves the proletariat? I have no fucking idea what werewolves are, I'm sorry. Italians? Very hairy. Would you rather tap a werewolf or a vampire? Okay. I feel like my answer on this changes really frequently. There are benefits to both, okay? So first of all, as we all know, all white women want to be gangbanged by 13 werewolves in daylight in a public park. Clearly there's some, you know, some wisdom, some notion there. However, vampires have to be good at sex, right? That's like a part of the thing. Like, all vampires have to be bisexual, and all vampires have to be good at sex. If they're not, I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. In my mind, when I think of vampire, you know, old castle, you know, I imagine them maybe with other vampires, lesser thralls, humans that they have in a, like, harem or whatever. I imagine they have lots of sex, personally. They have no circulation. Well, they're undead, but they can still, like, walk, so clearly other bodily functions might be, you know. Whatever you want, Metamorphoses. I forget, Quoteth. A vampire's dick or pussy will be cold? Okay, does anyone else feel like that's weird? Like, if a vampire is biologically dead and animate through magic, how can that magic animate them and give them overwhelming physical strength, but not warmth? All the warmth your body generates is because of your cells trying to do the things that allow you to move around. The vampires can move around. Why, the energy sufficient to move them should warm them. Magic? No, I know magic, but shouldn't it be emanating? I think they can be warm. And if not, they can just warm themselves up. What? They're vampires. It's not like their skin burns when they touch boiling water. Just put them in a warm bath for a while. Then you're fine. Have them drink hot water. It'll radiate out. Oh, dude. Holy shit. Can you imagine fucking cold vamp pussy and they drink some boiling water? And it doesn't hurt them because they're a fucking vampire. And then the boiling water is in their stomach and the heat radiates out. And you can feel that your dick getting warmer from like tip to base. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Okay, we're not just talking cold here. We're talking temperature variability. Nah, come on. Come on.
Woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Come on. This is power here. You know, the Van Pussy is maintained at probably like 140 degrees nonstop. Did I say Van Pussy? No, Werewolf Pussy. Sorry, Werewolf Pussy. Would be very warm, I assume. You should get back into writing just for this? Okay. Yeah, the wussy. Werewolves make good subs, though. They're very loyal. I have never seen a depiction of a werewolf that involved them being sexually submissive to anybody, buddy. You might be thinking, like, Dog Girl. Like, with the anime girl with the ears. Maybe them, okay? You know, in the public discourse, I think werewolves are tops. As I understand it, you know, in my extensive experience having sex with fantasy creatures. You meant loyal in a paternalistic sense? What, like you mean they'd fuck you and then like bite you, and if anyone else came near you, they'd kill them? Yeah, they have a whole, isn't there a whole like erotic literature genre for this? It's called Omniverse, right? Lindsay Ellis. Is it Omegaverse? Omegaverse. Lindsay Ellis did a whole thing about this. Basically, the premise is that this is overwhelmingly homosexual literature, and guys can be broken down into three types of guys. Okay, there are the alphas, the betas, and the omegas. And the alphas are like the gigachads, betas are like regular people, and the omegas are like bussy factor. Like they're like walking holes, you know? And mpreg is a thing, which is when you get a guy pregnant, but they're a cis guy, you know? I mean, you can also get a trans guy pregnant. I don't think they call that mpreg, but even though it technically is, you know, whatever. Okay. And then they've got things called, it's heat, which is like when you're in heat. Like when they say like a cat's in heat and that's why it's being annoying, you know, like that kind of thing. Stuff like that, you know? Also, sometimes they have the knots on their dicks. Would you say trans women are more into werewolves or vampires? Werewolves. Werewolves. For obvious reasons, werewolves. This is too much. The heat suppressants? Oh yeah, the heat suppressants. So you have an omega guy whose bussy is exuding pheromones from the heat, taking heat suppressants to feign as an alpha. But then the real alpha bumps into them in the hall, and the bussy suppressant, the heat suppressant explodes. And then the pheromones get everywhere, and then the alpha fucks them or something. This is what all the stories are like. I've never read one. I assume that I'm accurate. Am I inaccurate? I think I'm pretty much on the ball with this. Yeah. Yep. Betas are the normal people? I literally said that. That seems weird, Kropotkinkin. Wait, so what's an omega? Omega is the ultimate bussy hole. They're like the the M breeder fuck sock. Thoughts on other fuckable mythological creatures? That would be one hell of a stun lock. If I felt like getting into it. We're almost at the end of stream. And somehow it feels like we got nothing done. We should probably go over that Black Hammer thing, shouldn't we? What the fuck is Black Hammer? Excuse me. Imagine if you did a magical creature fuck tier list. Yeah, hold on. Greek monsters. Let me just find one fuckable one. And then hit you all with the hot take, and then we're done, and we're doing the thing. Centaurs? I don't find centaurs attractive. You all really misinterpret my, Okay, hold on. We're just gonna find one. The problem is whether or not they're attractive really seems to depend on who's drawing them. This is very much up for interpretation. I'm looking, though. Well, credit where credit's due. A lot of these interpretations are not very attractive. You know that in the myth, Medusa doesn't actually have a snake body? Literally just like the snake hair? Actually, there are a lot of Greek monsters that are not that cool. You know? Like apparently the Hydra was like 10 feet tall or something. Satyrs are kind of pog. That's a little big. Yeah, but it's like the Hydra though, right? No, yeah, I know 10 feet tall is scary and all, but it's the Hydra. Like Hercules slaying the Hydra was one of his fucking 12 labors of Hercules, right? Like it's Hercules. He became a god. I feel like him killing it should have been bigger. I don't know. Whatever. Get Lamia Greek? I'm seeing a lot of stuff here. Wait, what about... Okay, hold on. Greek... Satyr? Satyrs are fuckable. Satyrs love fucking. Yeah, the satyrs on the urns, these things all have erections, including this horse. Man, I don't know. Are the satyrs all men? Nymph? Am I looking for nymphs? Isn't a nymph just a naked lady? Yeah, I think the nymphs are literally just like regular naked ladies. Like they don't really look like Nalad? That's a food. Oh, no, wait. It corrected to salad. Okay, what about dryad? Man, I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. Whatever. Dryads are tree ladies? Yeah, I can see that. Sirens? Sirens are birds, right? Hell yeah. All right, we found our fuckable creature. This is the original siren, okay? Literally. No, harpies and sirens. The original sirens are literally just like birds with human heads. Fuck yeah, absolutely. How do you fuck that? I think I would just like ride in it. I don't know. Because it's so weird looking. Why does it only have one leg? It's just a trick of the light. Aren't they the ones that lead sailors their death? Yeah, imagine being a sailor at sea on a trireme, being lured to the rocks, and your entranced mind sees some like 8-foot tall pigeons with human heads screaming at you, and you're like, beautiful, and you're like fucking sailing over to them. That's good. Yeah, and then you fucking die. Naid? Oh, these are just more spirit ladies. And they're also naked in all these pictures. I don't even know if I can show them. Does it even count as a monster lady if they're like, yeah, dude, it's totally a spirit of the river. Also, it just looks exactly like a hot chick. Okay, I mean, cool, don't get me wrong. I don't really know if it's a monster girl, though. Alright, we're moving on. Stop. Stop immediately. Anyone who continues will be banned. IRL. Okay. I saw this on my timeline like 3 hours after the original thread was posted, and I really want to learn more. I'm learning with you here, okay? I quote tweeted this and immediately after got blocked by the account. Dirty South Right Watch. Okay. Not only did they block me, they actually mass blocked everyone who follows me. Because my quote tweet, the thread, is full of people being like, oh, I'm blocked too, you know? So, like, we're reporting on this, but they really do not want me and mine knowing about it. Tragically for them, that's not how this works. So, here we go. Breaking thread. Content warning, death, cult abuse. At least one person is dead after a hostage situation at a party occupied by members of the Black Hammer Party, the current name being used by the Black Hammer cult. The Black Hammer, now you remember that? This was the group where they have the Mao tier reparations, where a white person can pay the group $50 a month in order to repay for their whiteness. Remember that? The Uhuru, that one. And you had the Gazi Kodso guy, and he was like pretty much ideologically a Nazi. Just, you know, black, sort of reverse Nazi. Is this the settlement thing? Yeah. Oh, remember? They were off in, it was like an Arizona chapter or something, right? And they got in trouble because they tried to, like, set up a commune on just, like, government land. And they got in trouble for it. What was it? Yeah, was that Colorado? Colorado, okay, Colorado. Yeah, here. These guys are funny. Well, I guess they killed someone, so that's not funny. But this part is funny. A black separatist group's utopian dream for land near Telluride withered after an armed standoff. Black Hammer Group had 100K and the real estate contract for 40 acres, and they planned a settlement free of cops, COVID, and white people. This 100K, that's a lot of Mao tier white people. Is Uhuru not a Proud Boys dog whistle? I think the Proud Boys literally got it from these guys. There are a lot of white people, I think they work with the Proud Boys. They like Black Hammer and Gazi Kodso, because like Gazi Kodzo is a black separatist, so he wants the black people to leave America. So hey, they've got a lot in common. Black separatists historically have often gotten along with white supremacists for interesting reasons. Yes. Yeah, Uhuru. My brothers. Who's the whitest one here? This one, it's got to be this guy right here. You can tell from the hair. It's got pulled to one side. As a white boy with that hair, I can identify at a distance. How much money do you think this guy shelled out? Can we watch some of the Channel 5 video for nostalgia's sake? This was the same... Yeah, this was the same group. This one was great, dude. They put out a statement denouncing this afterwards. You guys remember this? Remember this? Oh, God.
It is literally the future. It will drive innovation from the youth and from...
She's wearing an Africa is the future shirt. Holy shit, dude. It's like a fucking black porn intro.
Additional investment.
What are 3 of your favorite things about Africa?
Oh, okay. I was in West Africa, and they joke a lot with each other. And so, like, if I'm Tore and you're Koulibaly, I'd be like, oh, you eat beans. And you'd be like, oh, well, you're my slave. So, yeah.
Cool. Can I get $5?
I don't have any cash, but I can Venmo you.
I only got Cash App.
Oh, I got Cash App.
Oh, okay, cool. Shout out Cash App. Cash App is the best service ever. Channel 5 Cash App gang.
Shout out to Cash App. The best way to send reparations.
If you were reincarnated, would you be white again?
I want to say no. I would love to be like part of the black community, like for real. But I also know that that's kind of like signing myself up for issues in life. But you know, I don't know, man. I like loved being in Africa, so like I would be very happy to be like a West African, like a Malian specifically. They're the best people. They're like so kind. And
okay, I just want to say, I know you might think, wow, this lady is really latently racist. And that's true. But consider something else, right? You have to weigh the positives, the negatives. This woman has sexually serviced more black men than, like, everyone watching this put together. Okay? And you know what? Honest to God, good for her. There is no fucking shot this chick who was not living the goddamn dream. Giving reparations. Fuck.
And cool and honest.
Yeah, I fuck with Molly. Oh, do you live in Oakland now?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
How long have you lived out here?
2 years.
Cool. So going into the rally, I didn't know what to expect. I realized that most of these people weren't even from Oakland. A lot of these people was from like Virginia, Boston, Santa Cruz, San Diego. And the thing about Oakland is it's a majority black city, right? Was it Chocolate City, as some people would say?
Is that what they said?
I think that's what they used to call
Not
cities,
doubling
like
it,
Chocolate
Connor.
cities or some shit like that. It was a majority black population.
But Uhuru's platform for reparations does not address anything in the Bay Area. All the money collected.
Yeah, basically the whole thing here was that basically it was like a couple of black people doing a march and like a bunch of very self-hating white people all doing this Uhuru march to raise money for a fucking basketball field on the other side of the country. Like they're in this like a neighborhood with like a mostly black neighborhood. Oh, sorry, did I say basketball field? Basketball court. Sorry, I'm dumb. I'm white. Yeah, but like they're in this area with all these like racial socioeconomic issues, and they're like raising money, not saying where it's going, and it's going to the other side of the country.
At that march were supposedly going to the construction of a basketball court in St. Louis, Missouri.
Niggas love basketball. No, I'm playing though. But that's not really gonna uplift the community as much as like some type of educational institution, something that'll help people out like free lunch programs. The basketball court seems kind of redundant to me, especially if you're in Oakland.
Oakland has become one of the hottest rental markets in the Bay Area. Now people who've lived in the city for decades are getting pushed out.
Well, the reality of gentrification is hitting Oakland's LGBTQ community tonight. The building that serves as headquarters for Oakland Pride has been sold to a real estate firm.
Me and my daughter got regentified to North Richmond.
It's a real problem, and then all these Uhuru guys come marching through, and they're like, yeah, give us money, reparations, blah, and it's for a fucking court in St. Louis.
Spacious law.
Gentrifying or
housing and affordability.
According to the East Bay Equity Atlas, Oakland's black community has decreased by 25% in the past 10 years, and 91% of low-income homes of color are currently in areas that are actively gentrifying or about.
Channel 5 actually does really good work with journalism here. Oh, no, I actually think this video is phenomenal for the point that it's trying to make. I think that Andrew does a phenomenal job with this work. Yeah, 100%.
To gentrify. This is a result of big tech's takeover of the Bay Area, which has caused home prices to rise while wages for the working class have remained the same.
I mean, we should look and see how many basketball courts are in St. Louis. It just seems extremely racist to me. I don't know. A group of all white people go to historically one of the blackest cities in California, the home of the Black Panthers, and they want to collect money from other white people, but like not marching through white neighborhoods and build a basketball court so we can ball up. It's St. Louis, Missouri, yeah, like on the other side of the country. Somewhere where the people who donated the money will never be able to see shit that might come out of there. You know what I mean?
Phenomenal stuff. Ooh, I could see the I could see the segregation in the map of St. Louis, the basketball courts. Yeah, you kind of can. You can kind of see where the red lines were.
Uhuru, everybody! Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. I just want to welcome all of you today and thank all of you for coming out to the March for Reparations to African People. Uhuru, give her.
I just want to let you guys know, okay? I might what I'm doing. I'm trying to insulate you guys from ending up like this, because there are a lot of well-meaning lefties that are going to come out here for this stupid-ass cause run by these stupid-ass people, fucking Nazi-ass Gazi Kodso Uhuru people, and I'm out here at the vanguard pointing out this is extremely cringe.
Yourselves all a round of applause.
Yep.
I'm a descendant of settlers, and I believe in reparations in order to heal our nation. And we need to address racially based climate change.
I'm trying to save you from this, guys. There are a lot of lefties on BreadTube who, if a black person walked up to them and was like, hey, can you give me $5 and also call yourself the descendant of slaves and also cry to this camera and also, like, suck my dick or whatever, like, they would, like, I'm trying to keep you strong, okay?
In order to save our planet, in order to save this race, and we need to give reparations before we're going to be able to heal anything, including our planet.
Yeah.
What they didn't show is they pepper
hey,
sprayed her right before turning the camera on.
Your heart's in the right place. Damn. Uhuru.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
God damn, that's good. She's gotten her absolution. She's gotten her daily affirmation from a black man. Wow, we're rambling. We haven't even talked about, like, the story yet. Okay, yeah, okay. Anyway, so, like, that happened, and then this other thing happened. Yeah. Oh, if you guys are wondering, by the way, why I don't, like, just talk with literally fucking anyone for content or whatever, Gazi Kodso's manager emailed me asking if I wanted to talk and framed it as it would be entertaining for both our audiences. So I'm pretty, like, this is one of those things where, like, if you signal boost the wrong people, they're going to get attention from it, and they're literally going to use that money to build a cult. So this is one of the reasons you have to be careful, right? Like, it's like content, and then, like, I'm sitting here in, like, 2022 or whatever, like, with a little smile, as it's like, you know, money used from fundraising platform that was referenced during his convo with me towards cult facility, you know, like, you gotta be... But the content, yeah, I know. It's difficult being responsible. Anyway. Was this the land they got? Parcel of land near property, the Black Hammer. This is the type of land they got? Jesus shit. You couldn't grow a fucking crabgrass out here. Commune what? What? All right. Jesus. You don't remember seeing this? I think I forgot it. Oh my god, there's no trees. All right, well, good luck. Looks perfect for a basketball field. Yeah, they're just going to build a fucking court out there. Oh god. All right, well, anyway, back to the cult. Local Atlanta news shared earlier today saying there's a hostage situation at a house in Layetteville, a suburb of Atlanta. A person called 911 and said they were being held hostage. Holy sh... Good, stop. Thank you. Police said a man is dead after someone called 911 and reported he'd been kidnapped by a group of people at a Fayette County home Tuesday. Bizarre scene in Fayetteville left people sheltering in place their homes, others unable to get home. Police blocked off the entrance to the Woodbine subdivision off of White Road for nearly 6 hours Tuesday. Holy shit. Police said a man was later found dead inside the home from a gunshot wound. Police say the gunshot wound was self-inflicted. The story thickens. Tom Jones spoke with investigators at the scene, said they received a 911 call from someone who was whispering. Dispatchers called back and the caller said he'd been kidnapped by a group. Officers traced the call to a home on Selwyn Street. Police said they saw someone who appeared to be in distress in the garage. About 10 people came out of the house. Jones talked to a neighbor who said she saw police tackle a man outside the home and arrested him. The fuck is going on here? Just before 2 p.m., investigators held a news conference where they said a SWAT team had entered the home and found a person dead with a gunshot wound to the head and the incident was over. The lockdown's been lifted. They've not identified who died. The man they arrested was taken into custody for questioning because he was being uncooperative. What the fuck is going on here? What in... Yeah, ongoing story for sure, for sure. Around noon, the leader of the group, Ghazi Kodso, real name Augustus Romain Wait, Augustus Romain Jr., as in Caesar Romain? Really? Okay. Posted a video from outside the house where several members were being held, not handcuffed. Someone was being belligerent and had a knife, and the group was trying to remove from the house. The group... Kodso is prone to lying, and everything from their mouth should be taken with that in mind. Story is still developing. Yeah, let me see if there's anything new out on here. Hold on. Ha! I remember this. The group, which was first accepted in leftist spaces, caused their first outrage when they intentionally caused a media firestorm by beginning a campaign in early 2020 calling Anne Frank a Becky and a Karen. Now that's what I call a cool move. This is a long thread. Wow. According to sources, Kodso's been arrested and taken into custody. The person killed was not the 16-year-old Kodso claims to have adopted? Okay. Okay. And here is the Black Hammer Times, which is the bad boys. Rest in power Minister of Defense AP in a targeted attack by the Fayetteville Police Department, SWAT, and the FBI on the headquarters of the Atlanta chapter of the Black Hammer Party. Black Hammer's Minister of Defense AP was shot and killed. Wait, they're framing it as the cops killed them on entry? That is wild. Russian flag? Yeah, of course they're in support of Russia. So was this the guy who made the call? Was he the guy who was being held hostage? Killed by the colonial state? I feel bad for these people. Well, these guys are victims of cult grooming, right? Like, Ghazi Kodso is literally like the archetype of the charismatic, crazy cult leader who attracts insecure young guys to his side by pretending to be visionaries of like a broader issue shared between them, or, you know, to fix it or whatever. Show the Joker video? I don't want to show the Joker video. They even offered a place to live because they were unhoused. Yeah. It said he picked this guy up when he was homeless. Yeah, okay. So this guy either shot himself or far more likely was shot in a conflict with one of the Black Hammer guys, and their response is to pretend that the police did the killing. Don't get me wrong, under most circumstances, if a black guy died, a black lefty, well, these guys are right-leaning, but if a black fake lefty died and the cops were there, I'd blame the cops. But this is one of those rare situations where the cops are actually the more trustworthy people in this environment. It would be difficult to find an institution less prone to telling the truth than the fucking Black Hammer dudes. So, you know, in this case, it's actually... Are they? Yeah, no, they absolutely are. Yeah, 100%. The police are paragons of truthfulness next to these people, so, you know. Gazzy Kodzo in whiteface, rambling about Anne Frank. Do I even need to play the audio? I'm not playing the audio. He's in Joker rambling about Anne Frank and colonizer Jews. It's whole...
What I said.
You can tell by all their social media interaction that a lot of this is just like deliberate shit to bring attention to them, which is one of the reasons why I don't gawk, because that kind of serves their purpose. But yeah, apparently, so yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever happened, it's the most likely interpretation of events here is that they picked a homeless boy up off the street, groomed him, and then through their actions he died. And they blamed it on the police. That's a safe bet, right? Developing story, safe bet. That's so fucking upsetting. Yeah, well. What is it like? Groups like that in the Jews? What, you mean Nazis? Yeah, they make Jews kind of talk about them a lot, you know. Why is it that all fake lefties are in one way or another Nazi adjacent? Well, there's the whole tanky thing, but there is a particular problem with a lot of white lefties. Okay, I gotta hit him with the truth bomb, guys. White guilt is a real thing, and it's most prominent in you motherfuckers, and it can be exploited and taken advantage of by people who are not even remotely left-leaning, okay? Black people who are about as right-leaning as any fascist are very okay with manipulating guilty white people to fund and signal boost their organizations, usually because these black people hate white people and really don't mind taking money out of your pockets. It's a real thing. It's not hard to avoid. How should white guilt be dealt with internally and externally? Get over yourself. I really feel like you have to have some kind of brain damage to have some kind of white guilt. The fuck are you doing? Why the fuck are you ascribing bad shit your ancestors did to you because of your race? What the what kind of fuck? I feel like this is like people. You know how back in the day when a king got angry, they wouldn't just like kill you, they'd kill your family or whatever? This would be like the people who are family members feeling guilty for the crime committed by their family ancestors. And like you have to talk them out of that. It's like so weird, you know? It's nothing, no relation, you know? If you're guilty about some shit you personally do, then just stop doing it, you know? But if it's some broader racial guilt, like get over yourself. What the fuck? A lot of insecure whiteys, honest to God, just want to be patted on the back by black people and be told they're one of the good ones. It's so disgusting. Yeah, it's really narcissistic. You get this feeling from a lot of these people, you know? A lot of them, they don't have the high self-esteem. They really, really just want to be one of the good ones because they see all these jokes on black Twitter about how white people are this and white people are that, and these jokes are funny and haha, you know. They don't want to be like that though. Please tell me that I'm not like that. You are. You're a member of the Am Sandwich race. There's nothing you can do about it, okay? Sorry. It does come off as really self-centered too, okay? Like, imagine you're a black guy, okay? I know, you're so much cooler now. And a white person's talking with you. And they're like, yeah, white people are so shit, you know, like, I try not to be like them, you know, I try to be like one of the good ones or whatever. In your mind, what are you doing if not rolling your eyes? Like, is this not exhausting to deal with? Okay, yeah, you're one of the good ones. Yeah, like, yeah. Just don't do it. Don't do it. I have friends like that. It's so cringe when they talk to black people. Trying to be the white person who's one of the good whites to black people is no different than being one of those guys who will saddle up to women and be like, "Heh, guys are such manipulative jerks. I can't believe those jock assholes would treat women that way. I would never do that to you, though, my lady." Like, you're literally the same guy. You're the exact same fucking guy, okay? The only difference is that the latter guy, the one I just did the funny voice for, is trying to get mad pussy. And the former guy, that's you, is trying to get, like, what? Absolution? Permission to say the N-word? What do you want? What do you want? At least the fucking nice guy is trying to get laid, albeit in a like not a great way. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? What the fuck? You also trying to get pussy? Just blussy instead? Like, what? Why? Trying to get laid by black people, Lamau? Well, I said blussy. We're all trying to get the N-word pass? Yeah. Rough out there for you people who haven't been saving up in this inflationary economy. God damn it. Did you get one? Dude, there are black people in my audience telling me 24/7 I have the N-word pass. It doesn't matter, of course. The real people who come down on you for exercising your God-given economic right to use it, all right? The real people who come down on you, it's the whiteys. It's the white. You know why? You know what? You want to know the real reason why? It's because black people, they get tired of dealing with presumptuous whiteys. Because it affects their life negatively and they want to be done with it. But liberal white people never get tired of being the good white. Never. So, you being a God-honest American, using your lawfully acquired N-word passes, black people, they're just gonna, fucking what, asshole, okay, but white people, their eyes light up, all the veins in their neck bulge out, their eyeball, they charge at you, okay, they're ready. They're gonna spend the rest of their fucking day making you their problem, and vice versa. It's a whole thing. As a general rule, especially on the left, whenever you're talking about race issues, the tone of the conversation is dictated largely by white people. Especially when you're not talking about white people, and especially when you're saying shit like this discussion should center non-white voices. That's when it's all the white people. Ironically, sometimes black people actually do get to dominate race discussions in conservative circles because they're such aggressive grifters when it comes to their tokenization. So like a black Republican or whatever can be like, well, I'm black and I've never experienced racism, and also Democrats own slaves, and then like all the white Republicans will step aside and be like, he's got this. But every white liberal and white leftist is fucking foaming at the mouth for an opportunity to prove that they are the least racist whitey. So it ends up being even more of a clusterfuck. Oh, God. Candace Owens moment. Keep in mind, I'm only talking about how annoying you people are. In terms of actual utilitarian outcomes, inapplicable. Leftists all the way, all the time. I'd rather have a bunch of white lefties irritatingly screeching over each other about black issues than a single black conservative be allowed to dominate policy discourse, I would... literally anything is preferable to that. You'll have fucking Senator Candace Owens passing the Make It Illegal to Do Interracial Marriage Act or some shit, and she'll explain how actually the racist Democrats want non-whites to have babies with white... Some shit, Some shit. Hold on, I'm looking at YouTube chat. Yeah, shut up, blacks and tankies. Vosh, the superior one, is talking about how markets will solve everything. True. True, fucking got him. My proselytizers, my acolytes, screeching my word from the high heavens. guys heard my tale on how worker co-ops will end racism? Invite PF back for a second debate. No. Professor Flowers has had more of a disproportionate effect on this channel relative to the time she spent on than fucking Destiny has, okay? As much as he tries, somehow she managed to, like, spark the fire that would lead to, like, a subsequent year of like, everyone talking about this all the time, like, non-stop. Holy shit. Plus, she still probably has dreams about me. Give the poor girl a break. She's still cool with genocide? Yeah, she's probably pro-genocide still. You weren't charitable, bro? True. It's because charity is anti-free market. Which I believe. Fuck. She has nightmares of being Valkynaida. Oh, dude, that screenshot of her, of somebody being like, just so you know, Vosh's name is from a black woman OC. And she's like, huh. Digital blackface. I don't remember the exact phrasing, but it was something like that. It was how typical of him, you know? Ah, it was good. Ooh, canoe. Ooh. God, cats are so cute. Baby friends. Ooh. Love them. My cats don't do this stuff. I think most cats probably aren't that friendly with each other. Yeah, probably Indy Jones. Ah, my headache's starting to come back. Wait, she actually say that? Yeah, no, she did. Yeah. Yeah, all right, all right. Listen, we've got a stream tomorrow morning, so I'll be gone for not 12 hours. Let me see. Don't I have somebody coming on? Oh, yeah! At 1 p.m. tomorrow, we're talking to Richard Henne. This is the guy who I talked about with... I talked with him for the Greek Nazi party, the Golden Dawn, remember? A while ago? Yeah, that was a good convo. We're talking with him about Ukraine. I know I haven't covered the Ukraine war in a while, but believe it or not, it's still happening. Crazy, I know. So we're going to talk about that, kind of how things have developed. I'll read donos tomorrow, because I don't want to sit here too long and get a headache. I had a headache earlier today. I fought it off for stream, but it comes back. Wait, Jan 6 hearing tomorrow? Wait, shit, we got a Jan 6. Oh, fuck. I never schedule those. I have 3 things booked tomorrow. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll make it happen. We can do both. It takes a lot of time. I got stuff after. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. Okay. Who are we hosting? We don't have to watch it live. That's true. It just kind of sucks a little bit to put it back. You know what? I say we host Nekosaurus. That's what I say. That's my call. Oh, before I go, you want to hear something cute? After I took my walk today, I got back in. Yeah, I was sitting in a chair, untying my shoelaces. Artemy walks up, runs up, jumps on the back of the chair, jumps on the back of my neck while I'm bent down, and then flops on the back of my neck while purring heavily. I've never seen him do that before. Literally, just like collapses on right here. And of course he starts sliding off because I'm not at a perfect fucking 180-degree angle off the floor. So he starts scampering with his legs, and he's got his butt right on my neck, like he's straddling it, and he's kicking both sides down my neck, like trying to get a footing, you know? Like he's like kicking me, and then he starts kneading my back with his front paws. Little fucking loving idiot. Goddamn. Yeah, give him a reverse piggyback ride. You should have face planted? Yeah, maybe. All right, get on out of here. I'm seeing you in a bit. Shoo. Shoo. Shoo.